time. I don't hear you. Oh, yes, I do. Okay.
Good morning, Chuck. Is it afternoon now?
It is 12:15 a.m.
Oh, we lit.
Huh?
I said we lit.
Yeah. After being up all day and barely sleeping, I'm kind of feeling it now. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right. What's going on?
Well, Uncanny says, gotta know, how much of an influence did York make in regards to the pathological behaviors I see repeated, like Musiq Soulchild, 21 Savage, Carl Jones, and of course the Camel. The closest I've come to Cuban is that Blue Mountain coffee in Hawaii.
I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that. Other than
you gotta try that Cuban coffee though one day, because that'll get you going. I don't care what you got going on, it'll get you going.
So I don't know how to answer that one.
Okay.
Well, Jay-Z was a Nawapian, I know that. Yeah.
I thought he was a 5%er.
I don't think that Jay-Z was ever a Nawapian, no.
They like photo ops.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard
now,
that.
Hold on. Musiq Soulchild definitely was, because he was raised in the Philadelphia community. And plus, he and James Ingram.
Hold on. When you say community, do you mean like, because you say Philadelphia community, so he was raised with Nuwapians in Philadelphia?
Okay, let me clarify. When I say community, that was what we called our dwelling place as part of the cult. So as Ansars, we had the Nubian Islamic Hebrew Mission. So in Philadelphia, Musiq Soulchild's parents were Ansars. And so he, coming out of that, was a member, and he would come down to Tamaray from time to time and perform on Savior's Day along with James Ingram, another Nawapian. So he's been around for a while, a long time. Good guy. Matter of fact, I was supposed to meet with him in Honolulu, but I'm not going to. I can't get over to that part of town or part of the island.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's a plane ride away, and I don't want to go over there. Sorry.
I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, but if he comes over here, I'll definitely meet with him.
So now it makes a little more sense when Ashley said that she met Musiq because he was trying to get in touch with Polite. Because at one time, he was running some of the satellite bookstores. And Musiq Soulchild got Nuwapian in his soul.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna start sending you these pictures because I have a library of thousands of images of everything associated with York, members, past members, celebrities, all that stuff. And India Irie, Musiq Soulchild, James Ingram, Jimmy Cliff, all these people will come down to Tamaray from time to time and perform. So York used them as recruiters to legitimize him in society because he hated that label as a cult leader. He hated it. So he would always try to switch it around or attach a faulty premise to it in order to minimize the blow of it, cult culture, that kind of thing.
Was Erica Badu Nawapian also?
She was an associate. She would come and support, but she wasn't like a member, no. She's been down to Tamaray. She left eye, and they would come down. But when I say come down, I'm talking about like when York had opened up a club on the property at 404 Shadydale Road. It was called Ramesses Dance Club. And in the opening, you had performers in the music industry. Delphonics were there, Blue Magic were there, Infume was there. You had different celebrities who were present, but more or less, out of the mainstream access point. So what was it? Joe Tex's son performed down there, Joe Tex of all people. And that was what led to the downfall of the organization. That led to it, not the letter that Pauline wrote, but because it started the focus on him and the organization in Georgia. Because initially, when we arrived down there, we were to assimilate ourselves as part of the society structure,
Yeah, it all went left because of the zoning codes.
Yeah, it was the zoning issues. Because he took a silo, which was designated as a storage unit, and transformed it into a complete dance club. Drinks, dance floor, lecture hall, bar, everything. Yeah. He turned that silo into a club that was constructed on the outside to look like a colorful duplicate of Ramesses' temple.
Hold on, I found some stuff.
So he was cloud chasing with these celebrities.
Yes, absolutely. Doc always did that. He'd been clout chasing since the 70s.
I told y'all, the original clout chaser.
Look, I got a picture of him and Nancy Wilson. York with his jerry curl, and that was.
I think I seen a picture of him with Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
Yep. Well, not with Jesse Jackson, because when Jesse came there, he didn't want to come out and take pictures with him.
Oh, okay.
He just used Jesse.
He used Jesse to come down there and say what he wanted to say, because they came down there for the building code problem.
He wanted to bring attention. Listen, that thing tormented York to the point that every morning the family on Tamaray would have to do a chant. They would go to the Bible, Psalms 109, and chant and insert Sheriff Howard Seals' name in it. And even when we went down to the pickup,
I just laughed. He was chanting to run Sheriff Seals off.
Yep. Yeah. And whenever we, like on Savior's Day is when his birthday week. So in the morning, if you come to the land early and you're a member, everybody would meet over by the barn area or adjacent to that area, and someone would recite the Bible's Psalms 109, which is like, I guess, considered white magic, where you cast a spell on someone.
To let Satan take hold of him. That's what it says.
Yeah. And you just insert that person's name, and obviously it didn't work. Poor guy. But that's what we used to have to do. We did it. As a matter of fact, it was implemented in all the different communities after you have your early morning prayer, or you would dicker when you do the 99 names of Al-Rab, because at that time we had he had ran out of Islam and started trying to gravitate towards Jewishism. And instead of having dhikr beads where we would dhikr the 99 names of Allah, he turned it to the 99 attributes of Arab. And so you had to insert Sheriff Howard Seals, his name, because he was preventing new parts of the property from having construction established on it, so that he could try to label the property as an Egyptian theme park.
So hold on. He named Prince York after the nightclub.
No, he
His name is Ramesses Richardson now.
Right, Ramesses Richardson. You're right, but the whole Ramesses thing, he wanted to name his sons after the pharaoh Ramesses.
Yeah,
because his whole thing
I got
was
a map.
yeah.
I think I'm not sure if it's all of Tamaray.
Yeah, that's Tamaray. That's the 19 acres right there.
Okay,
He had
and
100.
which one of those
He had 76.
buildings-
He had 76 acres, and this is only about 19. So you see that black mirror, right? That black pyramid. That black pyramid, the way that it is constructed, that was taken in part from the neo-Nazi, the ex-neo-Nazi and convicted pedophile Frank Joseph's illustration of Atlantis.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing an article on that where I can show you the overlay and how he set it up. And at that time, the Nuwaubian with the B, Nuwaubians had been frequenting the sister Veridachi Gostin L. Bay's lectures, because a sister out of Philadelphia who York portrayed to the community as being a Native American under the name Sacagawea, when she was just a light-skinned girl out of Philadelphia. She was to be the image of our tribal group, our pseudo-tribal group, as being of the Yamasee, and she was played as a Yamasee Native American, you know, dressed her up with the feathers, the two braids, the choker, the outfit, the boots, the whole thing. Her whole persona was going to be that of a Native American girl under the name Sacagawea, but she's my friend, I'm happy to say, and she was just a girl out of Philly.
Okay, so how did they come to be known as Sabians?
Oh, that came a couple of years ago because of the constant exposure of the filth that York's name was associated with. And if you have York, you have Nuwaubian tied at the hip. So the organization decided to change the name to something that York had started teaching about, which was Sabianism, and trying to claim that they were Negroes and that they were the original people in that region, and we are somehow connected to them. And that's how it started to progress. So in a nutshell, the media attention, be it social media or mainstream, that attention, anytime that name came up, it was always synonymous with child sexual deviation, divination, if that's the right word. Oh, child sexual molestations. That's what that name was associated with. So he was the infamous Dr. York. So who is this? Hassan. Dr. York began as Nubian Islamic Hebrews. So after the Islamic phase, he went back to concept and belief of being a particular type of Hebrew, Nubian Islamic Hebrews. Yeah, he took the name Islamic off and just took it as Nubian Hebrews. And shortly after that, it became Holy Tabernacle Ministries. So he had to fabricate another false story and say that before we were Islamic, we were originally Nubian Hebrews, and we used to have our Sabbaths at the Hebrew Israelite congregations, which is not true. And you had no proof of that. But what he did was that was how he had to try to justify the shift, because Bilal Phillips's book was giving him too much negative press. And he spent about 3 years obsessed with Bilal Phillips, Siraj Wahhaj, or anyone in the Sunni Islamic communities, because they had a campaign to go after him and chase him out of Islam. So by the time that 1989, 1990, that was when he took flight to Monticello, New York. He had already brought it, but he would, with all the constant attacks going on down in Brooklyn, he just packed up and moved to upstate New York. And it was up there that the sexual abuses of the kids that he chose to take up there escalated. Who is this? So was Polite trying to mock what York did? I wouldn't say mock it. I think he emulated it. I think he was trying his best to fit within that. And I'm not saying it based on an opinion. I'm looking at the pattern of behavior from the glory of saying my wives and having this entourage, and then trying to establish a community, being considered an elite educator, you know, the fallacy of speaking multiple languages. Polite didn't speak multiple languages. Nor did York. York spoke.
I thought he rapped in ancient Egypt.
And Ebonics.
Yeah, I thought he rapped that ancient Egyptian.
No,
he was rapping in the Wapic.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well, now.
Chuck, was that really Nuwapic?
Yep.
Because I clearly heard Lima Bean.
Huh?
I clearly heard Lima Bean.
Yeah, because Nuwapic
says Young Phenom raps in 4 languages.
Yeah, because Nuwapic is a modern construct. You know, it was something that the kids spoke in Arabic because all the communities had to pay for Moroccan or Sudanese, if you can get them, teachers to teach the children how to speak Arabic. You know, that was the part of the gimmick. As York pretended to be an Islamic leader, he had to have children speaking the language. So
after he got enough people in, he stopped with the tutors from the expensive tutors and everything, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because the draw was supposed to be, we're doing this for the children, and they used to chart the children out all dressed up and shined up, and it really wasn't what it was behind the scenes.
Yeah. And so as time progressed, these kids that were amongst each other, they developed their own dialect of Arabic. And York, being impressed with it, decided to profit from it by selling it. And over time, it just metamorphosized into what we see today.
So Rahubat, right?
Huh?
Rahubat.
Yeah, like Rahubat.
Yeah.
Because before it was Rahubat, it was Rahub. Brothers, when we go into the Minzarab, or the house of the Lord or sustainer, because at that time we had moved out of Islam, so we had to take off the name, the masjid, and we would say the Minzarab, the house of the sustainer, and we would go in there dressed in our khamis and yarmulkes and pretend to be Jews and get the cantor, and we would start doing what the Hasidic would do when they're chanting. They start and go head first, like, you know, that was what we were doing. So where was I going with that? Oh, Yeah, that was part of the effects of Bilal Phillips's book, The Ansar Cult in America. Brother Chuck, when did Bambaataa come into the mix? He came in, it was Daddy-O from Stetsasonic who introduced him to York. And that was sometime in the latter part of the 80s, I believe. And it didn't really become popular until York had given Afrika Bambaataa and some of the members of the Zulu Nation their shahadas as Ansars. Because not only was it the Zulu Nation with Bambaataa, but it was also Jaz-O, Jay-Z's mentor in music at the time. And Jaz-O was a serious Ansar. He followed all the way up into the whole Nuwaubian thing, as well as Shaheed from Stetsasonic as well. The dude that had the pointy head, the Stetsasonic, he was a Nuwaubian too.
What about Prodigy? Prodigy, I know he even did an interview where he was talking about freeing Dr. York.
Yeah, he was a strong supporter of York too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For those of you that hear the crying in the background and think I abuse my dog, no, she wants to join the interview so she can wreck it. Crystal, shut up.
Yeah. Okay, so what's next? You're connected to all those molesters being exposed right now. Oh, possibly. I mean, you got to understand something. This I want to emphasize. A lot of the molesters became emboldened, even though York got arrested. He had a convenient level of excuse makers. So the game was to, in the public eye, always have them thinking in a stage of doubt where he could have, he might have. I don't believe it because there's so many. Some say he did it, some say he didn't do it. They didn't have evidence. Then they closed the courtroom. They violated his rights. He was tortured. There's always this plausible deniability. There's always doubt when it comes to the case. But that's because York, before he was convicted, he was having a series of audio CDs recorded by the sisters who would interview him, mock questions. I mean, not mock, stage questions on what to ask him about various aspects of the case. Trial hadn't come up yet, but the case. So he was declaring before everybody else. He said, well, yeah, because see, the gaslighting, York was one of the early gaslighters in this thing, because we all saw him at his confession. That was in January 2003 in the state court and in the federal court. So when we see the state court video, York is he's pleading guilty to the charges. Okay, now while he was doing these interviews, you see him give his admission, yet he's saying, don't believe what you see because I was tortured into confession. I didn't know what I was saying. You don't hear me saying, yes, Your Honor. Yes, you do, at a low voice, but we know that he was. And he had to sign it because remember, he's signing his guilty. You're not going to, how are you going to say he didn't sign it? So he was not tortured because according to York, torture was sleeping on the floor around rats and roaches. He said he was denied his medicine for hereditary angioedema, which he said in letters that it was cured by his childhood extraterrestrial communicating partners, Krill, Sa'at, and this other crazy figment of his imagination. And he told us.
But he also used that as an excuse to say that he couldn't have actually molested those children.
Actually, it was Polite who did that.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that.
Polite was the one who pushed that because that was the talking point that we were told to go out and say. So when anybody say that they lied and said that, oh, they're saying that he had sex 100 times a day. That's not what was brought up at the trial. That was a insult by the attorney saying that, oh, this one is saying that, this one is saying that. So he must have had sex about 100 times a day. Are we to believe that? That's what Adrian Patrick was saying to the jury. But that's not what the testimony of the survivors was saying. They were clear on their role with the sexual activity that was taking place. Like the young girl, what was her name? I can't remember her name. I could pull it up. But when Patrick was cross-examining her, he was trying to say, so did how many times a day did you say? Said it was maybe once every week or once every 2 weeks. You know, and then another one said it was maybe twice a week. Then another one maybe once a week. You know, and it was just these particular inner circle victims. Because after York got tired of them, he moved on to other new victims. Now, these victims are not just somebody that just popped up off the street. These were the children of his main men, meaning Brother Wali.
His inner circle.
His inner circle. But Brother Wali is this light-skinned dude that you always saw with York. Always saw him when we were Ansars. That was his, because he had 2 wives and he had several kids. And York, and they grew up in the community as babies, and they, in turn, were York's victims. And so,
I've heard that. I've heard someone tell me years ago when I asked them about it, and they were very honest about it. They said that they believe that he was the Archangel Gabriel, and his job was for his inner circle, like the kid, like you said, these people, these men that gave their children up. I heard that the parents was volunteering their children for these activities so that they can get the angelic seed of Gabriel or something like that today.
Well, whoever told you that was partly right, but it wasn't Gabriel. It was Melchizedek. Because Melchizedek, according to York, was also the angel Michael, the warring.
Yeah, I know
angel.
it was something that had to do with an archangel. Right. I know some of them said it was Gabriel. Some said he was Michael.
Yeah, specifically, it was Melchizedek or Michael, because Michael was the one who was supposed to gather the 144,000 and raise them and prepare them for the return of the real Messiah. Yeah. And that was the talking point up until he changed it and said it was no longer the kids, but it was be us. But he had to use the Bible as the backdrop for this story of the children. And the people were giving their children up because they were convinced that he was the angel Michael, and they wanted to have their children part of prophecy.
Yeah. That's what I was told.
You saying Michael.
Yeah.
I got a question, Chuck. Besides the magic powder that York poofed out his hands, what other faith healing did he do that required the sleight of hand, let's say?
Well, in the book Man of Miracles in This Day and Time, the tutorials is that he raised the dead. He would come out one day at 5, 6, or 7, and then the next day or a few hours later, he'd be about 7 to 8 feet tall, and then he'd be back down to his normal height. Or
What's
that
the
he
name
would.
of that book again?
It's called Man of Miracles in This Day and Time. In that book, it's written by members. Well, it's written by York, but he put in the letters that he had the people write to claim that he performed miracles. So that book is out of print. He purposely wanted that book burned because he was going to do a revised edition, and no one seemed to want to really participate in it, and so it never manifested. But in that book, he it's supposed to be the documentation, according to members, of him raising people from the dead, dematerializing. When the police would come looking for him, he would dematerialize, and then his ashes would come together across the street, preventing him from being arrested. Don't ask me why that didn't happen.
Oh no,
I've tipped off and rolled off with the money before they got there.
I know. I heard that people said that, like, some of the Nawapians believe when he got arrested that he's not really in the prison, like he's actually traveling. He's actually astral projecting himself out of this jail cell or something like that.
He wasn't even on the land when he was arrested. Him and Kathy was running off in the car with a suitcase full of money.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the belief system that I've heard some people say. Like, this is just like letting somebody just freestyle talk and you don't interrupt them.
I understand why they took York off of Tamaray, why they apprehended him off of Tamaray. They were scared that all the Nuwaubians was going to try to fight for York. So I can understand that. But what I'm trying to understand is who tipped York off the folk was coming.
Okay. From what I understand, well, he had already known that the arrest was coming. He already knew that.
Okay.
Because remember, a year to the day that he got arrested, some of the victims were going around using AOL to get their message out and saying that they were being molested. Did you ever get that one of the emails that went out, Tasha? I put it on my website and I wanted people to see it. Where he was talking about it was an email that went out. Now this is because York used to be on America Online, and he was Egypt with an I, is Latin spelling, Egypt 3x3, and he was pretty active in those chat rooms and groups. So they were able to they put his email address and then flooded the mail with the letters that they were writing about being molested. And so him, saying they're coming to get you, just messing with his head. And, eventually they did come, just happened to be a year to that day.
He already wasn't wrapped too tight, and then they sitting up there messing with the man. Yeah, that ain't a good look.
Is there any way to share with, what is this? Restream?
Down at the bottom, the mic in the video, next to it. There's a little computer. You click on that.
Okay. Hold on, let me see something here. Let me see if I can. Okay, it's just like okay. All right, let me pull that up because I don't think anybody over here has actually seen it, and it's pretty graphic because they implicate Hagar, the one that Umar was attacking, as being one of the persons that York molested, his own daughter.
Dang.
Yeah. So go ahead. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay, as soon as you share it, it'll pop up and then I can put it up on the screen.
Copy that. Picture. And it was Pauline Rogers who actually set it all in motion to bring the investigation when she started sending those letters to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I posted the letter on the website as well, so people I guess I can read that too.
I can read it for you.
Yeah. Let me shit. Let me find it first.
I noticed some of the Nawapians tried to slander a woman. I think that's the woman Pauline that you're talking about, saying that she recanted what she said about Dr.
Pauline
York.
Rogers.
Yeah, I know it was the woman that went on Phil, not Montel.
Okay,
I think it was
It
they
was
tried to say that she lied, and no, I'm just saying what they said. I'm not.
Yeah. I know because we talked about that, and I went and I said, did you actually say that what you said wasn't true? And she said, Chuck, hell no, I didn't say that. Ain't no way you can find that anywhere where I changed my views to that. And I checked, and of course, there is nothing where she changed her views or amended her statements about what that letter contained.
So yeah, because these are some of the things that they'll try to use when they're trying to initiate new members. They'll try to use, the lady actually recanted, the one that started the whole thing. She knows she admitted she lied.
Yeah.
Dr. York is not really in prison. He's he's in the spirit form and a whole bunch of stuff, man.
Yeah, that's that spooky stuff.
Yeah, they say Dr. York is his spirit form. That body that's in prison, he done left that. That's what it is.
Yep.
You know what?
But it's some game. Hey, it's some game that's running out here, man. Trust me.
It's some York attracted some very strange people.
Oh, Education and Learning said, can you show the raid of the land?
I cannot show it. I have it on the it's on the video
website?
On the website. Yeah. Not on the website, on the YouTube channel.
On your YouTube channel?
Yeah, but I don't know which one.
How old is it?
How old is the video?
How long ago did you put it up? Let's put it that way.
Hey, man, I put them things up.
I ain't expecting you to give me like just a year.
Years ago. I don't even remember. Sorry. I just throwing stuff up. I was just doing this.
In the title.
The title of that one is well, see, I have the actual video here on my thing, but the video is kind of chopped up because it's another segment that I was focused on when it came to cults.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, it's up there. Because you know that video with Polite and Tariq Noel. Yeah, that was part of a documentary that a young dude has been working on. And the footage you see, he has a lot of footage of Polite on Tamaray with the whole Egyptian order outfit and giving interviews. So he got those two to sit down and have that dialogue, and that was part of his video. Now, when I put it on my YouTube channel, it got flagged. And so
is it ain't the devil get trapped, is it?
Yeah. Okay. So we talked, and he wants me to be a part of it.
Who you was talking to, didn't you, Chuck?
So it's up there, huh?
I said you forgot who you was talking to for a minute, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
I told you I could find it.
Oh, shit, go for it.
That's what I say. Is it the one that said the devil gets trapped? That's all I
I think that's the one.
If it's not, it's close.
You have a man who was born in Boston, Massachusetts, who said that, in the 70s, that he was from the Sudan.
But this is the raid after effects.
And he is Issa Mahadi.
I think that's.
Hold on, let me go back. I'm finna make a Georgia comment right here.
Okay, that's the sheriff. Okay.
Everybody that's in this chat right now from Georgia know what that look right there on the screen is right now. What in the tarnation I done stumbled into?
This is Issa Mahadi. He said Issa Mahadi.
I can hear it in the back rooms. These niggas out here with pyramids and shit.
These niggas that went crazy.
Not in no bad way, but you know, folks gonna look at you side-eyed already. Then you came to Georgia with this bullshit. I'm surprised y'all. I'm sorry. I'm surprised y'all got the first pyramid. To tell you the truth, y'all.
Man,
Look,
that joint had
like,
me rolling.
They had a devil's luck. He picked the one spot in Georgia where they wasn't gonna get run out, strung up, or laughed out of town. How swag.
Shit was
Just
funny.
like the devil was helping him then, the Lord is helping us now.
Hey man, look, that dude had to chanting his name and everything. But see now I want you to realize, you know where he's doing this little video clip. He's inside the Black Pyramid.
Yeah.
Because all that was inside was just a bunch of trash and stored shit. It was not what people thought it was.
This is my video. What I'm doing.
It was not what people thought it was.
I'm up here thinking I'm playing the daggone video. And I'm on the live.
Oh, okay.
And he's so
I was wondering why it wasn't moving.
Member of the 60 Warren family, and comes to Georgia, still running that game for a little while, and then decides that he is, and of course I can't use on he is from the planet Risk. From the planet.
From the planet Risk.
He can't say what he want to say, so he just keeps saying the planet Risk.
Here's Risk. Here's the name. The child molester, right here. Here it is. And
This is the equivalent of little old white women saying.
and then we change from that to a reincarnated pharaoh, and then we change from that to some sort of retired Baptist minister, and then we change it from that to an Indian chief, and then we change from that, to a rabbi. He has a synagogue that he advertises that's actually an operating Baptist church, and that's what he is the day we arrest him.
After this is done, it ain't but a couple of minutes.
And then he goes back to being an Indian chief again. And then here, 3 weeks ago, he claims to have sovereign immunity as a diplomat from the nation of Liberia. There can be no culture within that. There can be
all
no...
the
it
southern
is
frustration
too inconsistent.
in his voice. You leaving, Bob?
I'm sorry. The dude just sound funny.
Okay. Say that again.
I said, dude just sounds funny. He said, just 3 weeks ago.
Love you too. No, let me unlock my phone.
Oh, man. Oh, that song?
Hold on. I'm going to have to send this to Specs. And he going to have to do a voiceover on this. I cannot.
Man.
Can I give him your permission?
That shit was funny. I'm still trying to find this damn document. But yeah, if he didn't say it, if you just looked at the way that it was, wait a minute, dude, just a few weeks after being convicted, saying that he's a Liberian diplomat, and then after that, he started saying he wanted to be repatriated back to his home country of Ghana, West Africa. Mm-hmm. Now, how you gonna be an Indian chief and then be a Liberian diplomat and be from from the country of Ghana, the country of Ghana, West Africa, yet you were born in Sudan? What the fuck?
A prince, no less.
Oh, don't forget that he was the supreme grand potentate of the Masonic Lodge. He was the highest Mason.
He was a supreme grand hierophant.
Black Chief, Eagle Thunderbird. Chief Black Eagle Thunderbird. He was
and he was related to the Prophet Muhammad by way of the Mahdi Muhammad Ahmed of 1845.
And to end the foolishness of our foolishness, he was half rich-kid. We're gonna leave that one to Specs, Thomas. He has a special set of skills, and he finna use the hell out of them motherfuckers. This gonna be funny when that black man was in that news reporter was in fuck out and flies and fuck this time and I quit. That news reporter that went down south and he ended up in a cow field and a fly flew in his mouth.
Oh, here you go. I found it.
Okay.
Oh, let me see if I can say it. I gotta blow it up. Oh, okay, there it is. All right, let me try to share this thing. Hold on. Let me see if I can share it. Oh, there we are. All right, let me try now.
Jaded say, let's be for real. His daddy from Massachusetts and his mama from Pennsylvania. He a nigga for real.
All right, there we go. Can you see it?
Hold on, put it up.
Let me blow it up some. All right. This is what was being circulated to all the communities, all the heads of the communities in D.C., New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Rhode Island, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina. All right.
Look at that subject line. They was making sure people opened that joint.
Yeah. New York still fucking 7-year-old boys and girls. Yeah. See, May 8, 2001. All right, so these are some of the recipients. Let me see if because you see Egypt 3x3, that's York's email, personal email. It's on here, but I ain't got time to go look through it. So right here, this is what was said. All right, subject. You can run, but you cannot hide. My act will prevail. The facts will be disclosed to all who have an ear and common sense. The God spell will be broken. All of us boys and girls who you molested are talking, and you will get yours real soon. You can put your house up for sale and try to move to Florida, but you will get yours. Remember, everything in darkness comes to light, and sending your henchmen to make idle threats will not work. Keep on fucking McKean too. Remember, you call him hips. You told us he knows how to move his hips. That is why he is closest to you. You told us that we cannot tell the Pharaoh. How's it go? You told us that we cannot tell the Pharaoh you know. That we are to do whatever our Pharaoh asks us. How many of your flunkies will suck your... Yeah. And you see what it says. All right. And the other one, let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can find the other, because there's another part of it too. Hold up. Damn. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Here you go. I got it. This is the other part of that same letter. Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, and there we go. Yeah, and this is the last part of the email. You'll get yours, and all those who allowed you to do it to us. Why don't you tell all your followers the real reason why your daughter moved so far away from your punk ass? Why not tell them she got tired of you fucking her? Yes, Jamila knew you were fucking Hagar and just allowed it. She will pay too. Well, you read it. That's what it is.
Oh no, I have to put it back up though. For some reason, it dropped. Oh, you gonna have to share every time you put up a new one. I'm sorry, because it's screenshots.
Oh, do you see it?
Yeah, we see it now.
Okay. We are going to break down and show and prove how you are nothing more than a punk who likes fucking little boys and girls. Pharaoh, your time is up. Our time is now. Let that
got Taharka Bay on trial.
Okay, I think I can. So I think everybody's got that. You can screenshot it if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty graphic, but
that's how it is. That's how it is when you reveal a demon, man.
And education and learning says, do you have photos of the daughters?
Which daughters?
No.
All of his daughters?
Mm-hmm.
No.
If you look at most specific in education and learning,
a lot of them look the same too. A lot of his daughters, they look alike. They have very strong features that look.
York had I forget the exact number. I think he had like either 67 or 57 daughters.
I ran into 2 of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And the chick Uma, like I've seen her online for years. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I know somebody was saying
he says the ones that were abused. I'm sorry.
I don't really. I try to really stay away from any of his relatives unless it's directly
dipping into the victim's intimacy. We don't do that over here.
Yeah, I try not to get into all of that kind of stuff because my thing is not against them; it's him.
Wait.
Huh?
We got to think about the pictures in York books.
Okay.
The people. We all know the pictures York. You talking about they look like his people. No, them him. They drew him. A couple of different
I like the picture of Yakub. I like the Yakub picture with the big head.
Oh yeah. Nikki drew that. That's her artwork. Nikki Lopez. Yeah, she did that because she had an ass as the back as the foundation of the head.
Wow.
So he had a big ass head.
Man, he should have wrote for Marvel Comics, man. He probably been free and living a normal life.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah, man. It's it's fucked up. And and just now Nikki is getting some kind of notoriety for her artwork, just like Joyce, because they spent years doing the artwork for these books and never got paid for it. I mean, working nonstop, putting out images. The week before, listen, the time that the Holy Tablets came out, they had to work because there was 4 or 5 different artists total. And they had to go working around the clock to get these illustrations together so they can put it in the books. And got paid nothing for it.
Oh yeah, I think Bobby Hemmett talked about how he would just like freestyle some stuff and they'll put it in the book. He had writers, a team of women writers put those books together.
Well, they were responsible for gathering were doing some of the research, and he would have people proofread the books, and he would dictate elements in it that he think or felt that would be necessary to keep the audience riveted.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So he basically made them do the bulk of the work and then put his little pizzazz on at the end.
Yep. Yeah, they did the work.
Polite did the same thing with Riot, right?
From the drawing to the writing.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
They said Riot, the one wrote his books.
Jaded, be nice. Those were children that drew those pictures. Matter of fact, those were York victims that drew those pictures.
Yep.
Be respectful now.
York wasn't drawing. Well, he drew a couple of pictures, but they can clearly see the amateur nature of his illustrations. What do you mean they're not all the same? Some of them are York, but others are them followers and family. You have to be specific on what what not all of them consist of. York has
I guess with for example, you're probably talking about Adam and Eve and ISIS and all that.
Adam and Eve, the Adam and Eve artwork.
Yeah, I mean, the one I know. I've seen the Adam and Eve, Dr. York, with the light skin Eve and the dark skin Adam.
Yeah, that's Nikki did that one too. In fact, that was Nick Ashford and Valerie Simpson.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's your Adam and Eve. Valerie Simpson is Eve. Yep.
Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the light skin red bone.
Mm-hmm. I know the first time I read Krauss York books, I was like, that's York, and that's York, and that's York. And that's an alien, but it still looked like York. Mm-hmm. What's going on?
Oh yeah, even with Jesus, the mom Isa, like, come on, man, like you can't.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I'll pull up where York started selling posters, and it was supposed to be Jesus, but it was actually him.
Lord have mercy.
I'll pull that up too. I got it on here.
Okay, Thomas, if you want a smaller device, you might not be able to see the screenshots and stuff so clear. So just go back later when you have the time on your TV or whatever, and everything will be crystal clear and sharp. Oh, yeah, I knew what I was supposed to be doing.
Thomas, there's a lot of...
On my mad hunt for pictures, when I was reading that freaking... when I was reading Ungodly, I ran across some pictures. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this was all I can find, but they look like to me that they was like right after the raid, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know. I got those. Yeah,
the ones with the bunk beds and stuff, and the trash everywhere.
Yeah. Matter of fact, the one where you see his outfits and then a stairway that goes up and says "Stay out." Don't go upstairs. All that, yeah.
I don't want you to go into the nasty details of it, but York had a secret room, right? Mm-hmm. Well, not secret, but he had a room that didn't nobody else go in.
Oh, it was a secret room, the jacuzzi room.
Yeah.
That was part of the evidence against them, because the testimony was that various sex acts were performed in that jacuzzi room, and that was where the Pink Panther doll was.
Yeah. And they gonna ask you about the Pink Panther doll, because the whole time I was reading Ungodly, they're like, y'all done got to the Pink Panther doll yet? So everybody want to know what. I guess they heard something about the Pink Panther doll, but not exactly what. So they want to know what it was like. What's the connection with York, the Pink Panther doll, and what he did?
Okay, give me a second, okay? Give me 10 seconds.
Yep. Take your time. Education and learning say for like used to sleep in there. Y'all hell. Shoot, I was looking for his daddy so hard when I couldn't find it. I was halfway to saying he was a long lost York baby. Then I said, now he don't look like York at all.
All right. Okay. All right. So let me do this. Real quick. Shit. Where is it? Hold on. Keep talking.
Y'all don't see me over here, but I'm not popping like Ezel. I told y'all I don't drink coffee. But today it's the...
All right, here we go. Okay, can you see?
Yep.
All right.
It's black right now, but yeah, you up.
Okay. Let me know when you see.
We see it.
All right. Why would Malachi York keep a 4-foot-tall stuffed Pink Panther doll with a penis attached?
Wow.
This is evidence. This was taken by the FBI photographer as part of the evidence, and this item was placed into a large container sealed with a chain, and it was cracked open at the trial, and it was so tall, it was about as tall as the prosecutor. It was a little short black man who was the prosecutor, and this Pink Panther doll was almost as tall as he was, to give you an idea how big it was. And this particular thing here was attested to by different people. So here we go. Let's just kind of walk through it. Okay. I'm just laying out that well, this is what the judge said. I mentioned this earlier. I will also tell you that I'm not going to have a closed trial. Arrangements to have a closed circuit television set up, and any spectators will be able to watch the trial of this case on the third floor by watching the monitor set for closed circuit television. I think that satisfies any public trial requirements under the Sixth Amendment or the First Amendment. All right, that's Judge Ashley Royal. So of course we know who the Pink Panther is, and as an irony, York said that Peter Sellers was his favorite actor. That's
sick. And
yeah, on one of the early True Light tapes, he made that point. So okay, so when you talk about this Pink Panther doll, York never. Okay, so York didn't deny that it belonged to him or that it was on his property, nor did his attorney object to it being allowed in as evidence. Now, why would a grown man want a 4-foot-tall Pink Panther stuffed doll with a penis attached around in the Islamic community or even the Hebrew Tabernacle and Lady Egyptian style land, Neverland Ranch? All right. So in an excerpt of David Noel, back then it was David Noel, but Tariq is David Noel. January 2004, the prosecutor asks, question: you stated earlier that Mr. York attempted to penetrate your anus with his penis. Did Mr. York ever actually perform anal sex on you? No. Did he ever tell you to put your penis in his anus? Yes. Did you do that? Yes. Where did this take place? In the downstairs bedroom. In his house? Yes. How often? The first few times it started, it didn't happen, but after that, it was every time. When he did the sex acts to you, what would he say or whisper during the sex act? There was a time when he told me I was pretty, and he asked me if he could kiss me on the lips. Did he kiss you? Yes. All right, I can't read this shit. All right. So
you didn't have to go into detail. They wanted to know about the Pink Panther doll.
Good God Almighty!
Well, I kept having to tell them I'm gonna have to get Chuck on here. So you hear? So they asked about the Pink Panther doll. Yeah. I don't think they wanted to know that much.
Sorry about that, but anyway.
Sometimes you get what you ask for.
Lord have mercy. But anyway, please describe the toys. A rubber dildo. Were there any sort of animal sex toys you saw in Mr. York's house? Yes. Just please describe them. One is a Pink Panther. A Pink Panther is pink with the genitals sewn on it. The other is a blue Muppet with genitals sewn on it too. Where did you see the blue Muppet? In his house in Edenton, and he gave it to me to put in his house. I want to, and this is what he said. I want to show you what's entered as exhibit number 36. Do you recognize it? Yes, sir. What is it? It's a Pink Panther with a penis. And have you seen this before today? I saw it upstairs in the room, sitting in a chair, and in Jaza Abba in upstate New York. He had it in upstate New York too? Yes. All right. Now, this is me right here. The same Pink Panther with the penis was identified by another victim, Amala Noel. She in court stated the following. Question: Amala, I want to show you what's regarded as Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this item? Yes. And before coming to this court and seeing it here, had you seen it before any place else? Amala: the first time I saw it was in Bushwick in New York. I think I was 7. Then I remember seeing it again in upstate, and then I saw it again in Eatonton, Georgia. When you saw it in upstate New York, for the record, was that Sullivan County? Sullivan County is upstate New York. Yes. And where was it located when you saw it? It was in York's bedroom. And you saw it in Eatonton. And when you saw it in Eatonton, where was it? I saw it in York's bedroom upstairs. Did Mr. York have any other sex dolls like this? I remember a Sesame Street character. I don't remember the name, but it was skinny and blue. The blue skinny character, yes.
Grover?
With a little ding-a-ling attached to it.
Lord, not Grover.
Wow. That man was throwed, boy.
No. Jesus Christ.
I was thinking the Cookie Monster, Grover, Super Grover.
Come on, man.
One of the most likeable characters.
Hey, brother, can't make this shit up.
And made it a pervert.
He probably had Bert and Ernie up in there too. Jesus.
You know what? If you'd have pulled up Bert and Ernie, I wouldn't have batted an eye. If they'd have said some Yellow Muppets, the first thing that popped in my mind was Bert and Ernie. Bert and Ernie would make a little bit of sense, but not Grover.
This shit, man, I ain't read this shit in so long because it was fucking me up when I was typing this shit. I can't believe this shit. Because I wanted everybody to, if I could have made the money to sell them transcripts, I would have. Yeah. Not to make money. I'm saying get it out to the fucking people.
Oh, we finna get them out. Just send them to me.
All right, so the victims were familiar with the Pink Panther doll as well as the witnesses. NeWapiism.com spoke to some of the victims, one Muppet doll, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is when I kind of first met, Tariq. I asked him about this blue and said very similar to Grover. I want to say yes, but the red on his lips and nose may have been blue, and it was a lighter blue. It was lighter blue than Grover. May have been made of. Well, you could have asked him when he was on the show, but I saw it when it was.
They always ask about the Pink Panther when ain't nobody here.
Yeah. So yeah, he said he had it in the mobile home next to Ramses Club in the Hathor Studios. And then I talked to Habiba, and she said that honestly, where it came from, he got it. I don't know where he came from. I don't know. He had it even before he started with me. Yeah, the doll was there since Brooklyn. So this thing goes way back. Because what's it? Donnie was. Donnie, she did a show. This is she has it on the New York as well. She said, I asked her, I said, Donnie, do you know who was responsible for sewing the penis on the Pink Panther doll? I have no idea. However, whoever did it was gone way before it became a thing. It had to be one of the wives that lived at 709. 709, because in Bushwick Avenue, it was so big they had numbers on the different places that on the Bates where the girls lived. Jamila, Hasina, Falia, Zubaida. His wives lived on the first floor, on the first and second floors. We lived on the third. But you saw it face to face? Yes, I did. I should ask her about that. We're friends on Facebook. So anyway, there was a pretrial hearing held in Macon County, Georgia, and the Pink Panther with the penis was briefly discussed by prosecutor Richard Moultrie and York's attorney Manny Aurora. Mr. Moultrie, I believe there is also a Pink Panther doll. Is that right? Yes, Mr. Moultrie. With a dildo attached or something like that? The court. All right. Mr. Moultrie, and Your Honor, the Pink Panther doll, excuse me, is one of the items. Is very explicit doll. It's a very large doll with a very large attachment, and several of the witnesses identified that Pink Panther doll, and we plan to use it. We plan to use that in evidence again as corroborative evidence. Below is the court transcripts 2003 hearing. This was, if you go to the website, the Pink Panther thing, you'll be able to see the dialogue. This is from
Uda, are you there? Uda. Oh, it don't work for B.
Wow, they even put the testicles on it, man.
Yeah.
They put no, bro.
Yeah.
This was some thought out.
Boy,
it ain't
no man.
On there. What? I mean, come on, man. You had that just showed you. That's
So this is the jacuzzi. So you need a jacuzzi right here. You know, the candles right here. The doll was right there. You see the doll. This York's bed, the fan, of course. This over here is chemicals for food, chlorine. This is the Omni chlorine, of course, the condoms and some KY jelly. Oof.
That man was a whole devil, not a demon. He was a devil.
Yeah.
Satan's sidekick. Good night, Miss Embassy.
Yeah. So if you go to this article, there's more. And who's this? Okay, I think this. I gotta read this thing because I see I kind of got overlap right here. I thought some of this thing, when I wrote this stuff initially, you know, I had just started doing this stuff, so all the professionalism wasn't there yet. So you might see some little typos and other little errors, but I'm trying to make it better.
Hey, so you the only one covering this. Like, you've been the only one covering this like that. You didn't, so I knew that we appreciate. I don't care if it is some typos in that mo. If it ain't the most, if it ain't Pulitzer Prize prose, I don't care. At least you getting the word out.
I appreciate that. So Sakina Wood, who was also a victim of York, who initially defended York, who has since recanted. I put that in parentheses because she didn't do it in court, but the Nawapian idea of a recantment is anybody who changes their mind. So she recanted, gives us her memories of the Pink Panther doll. Chuck, did you ever see the Pink Panther doll? Sakina, haha, yeah, who hasn't? Chuck, all right, so when you saw it, said it was upstairs on the floor laying near the leopard print pillows and at times other places on the land like the jacuzzi room. Said who was it, or did he ever use it, to your understanding, as an enticement to get you sexually aroused, ultimately to have sex with him when you were in early 13, when you were 13-year-old? Yeah, I remember in his bedroom in Edenton, he dangled it in front of me and said to touch its dick. I felt funny about it because I knew nothing about the Pink Panther, being in the cartoon. We grew up in the mosque, so I never even heard of the Pink Panther. We didn't watch cartoons like that. So he tossed it at me, and yeah, I touched it. We laughed, and it made me feel comfortable. After that, he came behind me and started undressing me, and, you know, he told me the first time not to tell anybody because that is our secret. I said, why were you at 13 even in the house and bedroom at such a young age? Because that day I was doing chores and I was supposed to clean his house, and that's where I first saw it, in his bedroom. When I went in, he had a porn video on, and I was stunned, and from what I was taught, we weren't supposed to be watching stuff like that. So the doll did break the ice and made me feel more at ease. Who directed you to clean his bedroom, houses otherwise? Habiba did. And it was, his recruiter. After he kind of got tired of her, she was still with him, and it was her job to recruit other young girls. Lord have mercy. So this was a trial puts an end to York's regular days. This is talking about the Pink Panther doll at the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What were you about to say?
That guy was a lunatic, man.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't complete. Tiny, I would agree. I agree with you on that mostly because one of them songs he be playing when he be going ham in the beginning of his video. Give a shout out to Malachi, your Dwight, and I think that same song Sinetta play it too.
Yeah, well, a lot of them, man, they want to reach that pinnacle of having followers like that, So,
but these ain't songs they pulled up off the radio. Like this is somebody, I think this is a YouTuber, and they shouting out people from the HOK, and it's a shout out to Dr. York in there as well. Dwight.
Asshole.
But then you got one of his daughters up there. I just can't with them.
Hey, look, let me say this. I didn't go through the whole thing because I can't really sit and watch that dude talk too long because it kind of insults my intelligence.
Join the crew.
So I was listening when we got to that part at 1770, and I kind of stopped it because I couldn't take no more because I couldn't. But when she said that, I'm gonna have to pull that up to rebut that argument. She said that he didn't, when they was talking about transporting minors across state lines, those people he was transporting was really his kids. No, that is not true. And that is not even in the testimony. So that's some shit she made up.
Oh yeah. I mean, the thing is,
she say that he
lied about that.
Around on the bus, but
she lied about that. She lied about that, and the dude Taharka, in his ignorance, he went along with it.
No, but I'm gonna tell you why I feel like she's full of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
She'll sit there and talk about her pain and amplify it online, but when they asked her what she had to say about like the victims of her father, it hurts me to talk about that. If you're a victim and you want somebody to feel your pain, but you can't go out and start talking about the people that your own flesh and blood violated, I don't want to hear it. And I know you're full of it when you start talking like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you want everybody to feel your pain. You talking about King Simon was your spiritual uncle. He should have did this and did that, whatever. But you won't deny all these children that's been violated by your own dad.
She didn't know he was recording her. So I don't think she knew it was going to go no farther past him. She didn't find that out till the video mysteriously ended up on YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that puts a different perspective on it. And apparently the interview was never supposed to hit YouTube in its entirety.
Oh.
Only about 15% of it was going to hit YouTube.
Okay, so she was speaking freely.
She was speaking freely, thinking that this was just them. Because if you listen to the beginning of the interview that mysteriously got put out and made Taharka Bey mad in the first place, that the secret angel dropped down and blessed us with, he's telling her how he'll wait until she's ready for YouTube. But the whole time, he was going to put it on YouTube anyway. Because when I said, how long was you going to hold it? Somebody came in and said he was going to play part today and part on Wednesday.
Oh, damn.
But you got to realize it on all sides, man. A lot of those people, they running game. A lot of them be running game, man. That's what he say.
That's true.
And
right.
Who all know she might have been lying to Taharka Bey because she really didn't trust him, even though her mama vouched for him. Because as we see, her mama had some choice words for her. How do we even know her mama vouched for him for his interview? I don't see.
Yeah, like I said, you got to watch that because I'm gonna tell you, I've seen some of his kids pop in and out of like media, and a lot of them they're jockey for a position when there's like an opening. They feel like there's an opening.
Yeah,
she's not the first to just pop up with a story. You know what I'm saying?
So hold up, Tiny. The scam was he was gonna leave it on his private site. It was $10 a wop, and he was just gonna put teasers on YouTube. Is that what was going on? Ooh. God don't like ugly, and he ain't too fond of cute neither. Maybe you shouldn't have told your subs your plan.
Yeah.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he tried to blame Inky for leaking it, right?
Yeah, and then I went over there to Inky and went on live and said I did not give this to you. And he was like, we ain't even never talked before because I've been chasing Inky around YouTube since this started. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. And then after he started telling, I started asking questions.
Hey, I'm gonna do something I've never been. I'm gonna do something that hasn't been done before.
Okay, we got a first on CCCC. What shit? Did I give myself an extra C? Triple C's Treehouse.
But you know what? For the sake of truth, openness, and fuck it, I'm gonna do it. All right. So you're gonna see something that's never been done before. All right. Can I share my screen?
Of course, anything for you, Chuck.
Oh, I mean, I'm being rhetorical. Sorry. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. You see this?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Yep.
All right. Volume 6, Zeal's transcript. Jury trial before the Honorable C. Ashley Royal, United States District Judge presiding. All right. I want people to see this. This is the sealed transcripts, which are not sealed now because the judge wrote out that it could be in a redacted form. So on this day, this was January 12, 2004. So on this docket, the people testifying was Salam LaRoche. Jelaine Ward was the assistant prosecutor. Let's see. So you got York's attorney, Adrian Patrick, was doing a cross-examination. Richard Moultrie was the direct examination. Ginger Chang, her testimony was in this. Habiba Washington, hers. Ebony Hill, which is another victim. Good morning. Are there any matters we need to take before we bring in the jury? Just one matter. When I provided the court with a list of unindicted co-conspirators, I left off 3 names, and 2 of the names were the women that have been mentioned already in New York. Radia, I keep her name Radia. Now, this girl here, this was a York victim. She's dead now. She died. She was murdered in Florida a couple of years back. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Never even got it, But anyway, in this particular what do you call it? In this particular day, we find out conclusively through the DNA that York had been the father of the young Habiba's first child that everybody seemed to want to ignore. But anyway, so this is Salam LaRoche, government witness, sworn direct examination. State your name for the record, blah, blah, blah. I'm just skimming through it, but I'm just letting people know that I have this shit. I've been using this shit for years, and because it's not sealed, and because Nuwaubians keep running from it, I'm going to be putting out in bits and pieces of it. Because have you ever called him by any other name other than Mr. York, Baba, or Atum Ray? That was it, I think. Does Baba? What does Baba mean? Father? Blah 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 blah. Yeah. All right. But so let me see. I'm trying to go down real quick. This is where I had got a lot of the stuff, and it really, really gets graphic. I'm not going to ruin anybody's breakfast this morning, so I'll just leave it at that. But I want to get down to Habiba's. Where's her? She comes in at Salam LaRoche. She comes in at 1546. So let's see if we can go down to 1546. Where the hell is it? 1533, 46. Ginger Chang, ironically, lives over here. She moved to Hawaii a few years back. 1543. Okay. All right. So this is one of the star witnesses. Cross-examination. Did I say 1543?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Anyway, so Habiba Washington, government witness, sworn to examination. The clerk, state your name for the record. Habiba Washington, spell the name, blah, 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 blah. When you read this, you're going to place yourself in the chair with the other jurors and listening to how this thing progressed from Brooklyn to upstate to Eatonton. I say, how old are you? 28. What is your name? What is your birth name? Well, you were born in 1975. And is Habiba the name you're born with? Yes. Is there also another name that people know you by? Abigail. And your mother's name? Joyce Washington. Your father's name? Nathaniel Washington. Where were you born? Brooklyn. And you were born into one of the communities led by Mr. York? Yes, I was. Was Mr. York the sole leader of the organization at the time, or was there any other leaders? He was the sole leader, and by what name or title did he refer to him as a child? Imam Isa. Do you know what that means? Imam is just Arabic word for leader, and Isa is like an Arabic name for Jesus. What about Atum Ray? Did you ever call him that? Yeah, in Georgia. And what does that mean? Atum was an ancient Egyptian name for like the sun god. So York also went by that title as well. Yes, he did. Who did you believe Mr. York to be as a child? He was our leader. Basically, he was our leader. And were both your parents followers of Mr. York when you were born? Yes, they were. And do you know when your parents joined the organization? No, I don't. I wish, because one time me and Tariq, we were reading these things, and he would read one, I would read the other, and it was pretty good. So I'm just skimming through this thing, really. I hope people are going to be learning from this thing, because I'm going to try to get to the point shortly where you, well, you'll see, it'll come up. Where did you live as a small child? I lived in Bushwick Avenue. I live on Bushwick Avenue. And where would that, and where would that, it was so specific. What is it? What is this question? And where would that, it was so specific address, because we lived in different buildings on Bushwick Avenue at different times. Yeah. And where was that located? In what city? That was in Brooklyn, New York. Do you know what county Brooklyn is located in? Kings County. All right. So did you attend school at that time? I attended school when I was 6. First grade, I went to first grade. How many years of schooling did you receive in public school? From first grade to 9th grade. And where were you living when you attended the 9th grade? Upstate New York. I'm going to ask you some more questions about upstate New York in a moment. So you attended public school from the first to the 9th grade? Yes. As a child growing up in Mr. York's community, did you see your parents often? Answer. We had scheduled days to see our parents, which was Friday. That's when I saw my parents every Friday, or my mom every Friday. And when you would see your mother on Friday, for how long would you see her typically on Friday? About an hour. And other than that hour on Friday, would you be able to see her during other times during the week? No. Did you have children of your own? Yes, I do. How many? I have 2. And what are they? I don't want to get into that part. Do you have a son and a daughter? Yes, I do. Enlil is your son? Yes. Would you spell? Let me get past that. And is that the defendant in this case? Yes, it is. Is Mr. York listed on the birth certificates of either of your children? No, he's not. Why not? We were told not to put his name, not to put his last name on our birth certificates, that we were to use our last names. Question, Miss Washington, at what age, or I should say, did Mr. York at some time begin a sexual relationship with you? I was 13. And when you were 13 and Mr. York began to do sex acts, to you, where were you living? In New York. Were you living in Brooklyn or one of the other locations? Brooklyn, New York. Do you recall how old Mr. York would have been when you were 13? He's 30 years older than me, so I think he was 43. And where on the property were you living when he began to do sex acts? On the property in Brooklyn or Edenton? In the property in Brooklyn and Edenton. Okay, Brooklyn. I was living in the same building with all the girls my age. That was 709 Bushwick Avenue. Question. And during that time, did you live with your parents? You referred to the girls your age. So I assume that your parents weren't living in that building with you. No, I didn't live with my parents. Question. Who cared for you and other girls? Answer. We had different women that was in charge of us. At that time, it was a woman named Sayuda that was in charge of us. Question. And up to that time, Miss Washington, again, age 13, what type of interaction had you had with Mr. York? Answer, no interaction. He would come, question, would he come and visit the children in the building in which they live? Not really, no. Question, did he take an interest in any of the children that you knew about at the time? No. Question, and at age 13, did Mr. York approach you directly about engaging in sexual acts with him, or did someone else speak with you? Answer, no, he didn't. Someone else. Question, who was it? Spoke with me. Who was it? It was a woman named Rodea. I can't pronounce her name. Radia. Do you recall how old she was at the time? No, I don't. What did she say to you? She confronted me about wanting to learn how to have sex. She told me that I would be groomed, to be educated in sexual activities. She told me that it was for the purpose of learning how to please my husband. Question. Did she ever mention someone in particular who would show you how to do these things? Answer. She showed me a picture, and she showed me a picture of his penis. And she asked me, did I know who this belonged to? And I said, no. And she said, then she told me who it was. And she told me, would I mind learning with him? Question. And who was this he person, Mr. York? How did you react to that? I don't think I really reacted at all. She asked me if I was willing to learn, and I said yes, I was. Question. Did you consider it anyway, one way or the other? The fact that she asked you in particular, did you consider anything about that, and the fact that she also was mentioning having sex with Mr. York? Answer. What do you mean? Did I consider it? What did it mean to you for her to ask you to do sex acts with Mr. York, if it meant anything at all? Answer. It was kind of weird, but I felt that I was chosen to be with him, so I went along with it. Question. Was it common at that time for you to be in Mr. York's house? No. And question. Did you begin to go to his house? After that, yeah. Question. And would you go? See, it's difficult trying to read her answer, the question answer like that. You know, I want to be able to make it go straight through. And would you go on your own, or would you go with someone else? Answer, no. She would call me, and her name again, Radia. Okay. Question. And when Radia would call you to go to his house, would she say anything to you about where you were going or why? No. At that time when you started, they moved. At that time when they hold up. Answer, no. At that time when it started, they moved me and had me started working in the sewing room. Because when all of the kids had chores, because they weren't in schools, they had to do work in the sewing room, in the nursery, and that sort of thing. So he said in the sewing room.
So when they brought them out, and everybody was like, "Oh, the children are so well mannered and clean," and that was all for show.
Yeah. So would you call me? She would call me upstairs. Question: who was Radia? Did you know who she was? Radia was one of his wives. Question: and were there others? Yeah, at that time. Question: was Rahil one of those? Yeah. Nathada? Yes. Would you spell Rahil for us? Blah 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 blah. Did Nathia, please excuse me with the mispronunciation of the names, did Nathia ever say anything to you about having sex with Mr. York? Yes, she did. And what did Nathia say to you? Nathia told me that we were going to move upstate New York to take care of him, that it was going to be our job to take care of him. And she told us that she would be, teaching us how to do different things sexually, that it wasn't really going to be a lot of the older women there. And we were going to be the sole people taking care of him in upstate New York. Yes. And you mentioned, and us, were there other girls that you overheard her say this to? It was me, Nicole. What's Nicole's last name? Lopez. Prior to Mr. York actually engaging in sex acts with you, did you have a stepmother at the time that lived in the community? Yes, I did. And did something happen that caused your stepmother to question you about something to do with Mr. York? Answer: she saw me come out of his office, his back office. She asked me what I was doing, and I told her I was in his house. She asked me what I was doing in the house, and I told her I wasn't doing anything. We were just having fun and dancing and stuff like that. And she was kind of upset about it. Had you been doing anything in that house? No. Question: did you tell her about, well, let me ask you this way. Had you already had this conversation with Radia when your stepmother questioned you about coming out of Mr. York's house? No. Question: had anyone spoken to you about having sex with Mr. York when your stepmother questioned you about coming out of his house? No. After you had this conversation with Nathada and Radia, did you mention it to your stepmother? No. All right. Was there any reason why you didn't mention it to her at the time? You were only 13. Answer: I was afraid of telling anybody about it. Why? Well, for her, I didn't want to make a big deal about it because she had already got in trouble for saying something about it, about me being there. So I didn't feel comfortable telling her. Question: where did your first sexual encounter with Mr. York happen? Answer: where, you said? Yes, in New York, Brooklyn. Question: and would you tell the jury what you remember about the first incident that happened? Answer: it was in a house with Radia, and he was coming up the steps from his studio, and Radia told me to go behind the curtain, and he came in the room, and she sat down on the chair and started giving him oral sex. And he saw me through the curtain, so he pulled me out. And so Radia was showing me, you know, what she was doing to him, and she wanted me to do it. And so, you know, he was like, well, you know, I shouldn't be a guinea pig. Like, I feel like I'm just the guinea pig. So this, I guess, is York talking. So Radia started to unbutton my dress, and she took it off, and he just started fondling me. How old were you? I was 13. And when Mr. York referred to a guinea pig, I don't want to feel just like a guinea pig. Who was he referring to? Answer. He was the only one sitting there, you know, showing himself. So I guess he didn't. I don't know. Question. Was there anyone in the room except Mr. York, Radia, and you? No. What type of sex did Mr. York do to you while you were still in Brooklyn? It was just oral and anal. What a 13-year-old. Do you recall the first time he did anal sex to you in Brooklyn? Yes. How old were you? I was 14. And would you tell the jury what happened? Me and Nathada was in the bathroom. Question, would you repeat that name, please? Nathada. I was in the bathroom, and he came in and was doing another sex. He was doing anal sex to her, and she left, and he asked me if I was ready, and we had anal sex. Question, at some point, you told the jury already that you moved to Sullivan County, upstate New York. Affirmative. And Nathada and Radia told you what to expect once you got up there? Yes. Who traveled up to upstate New York with you? It was me, Nicole, I think it was Najla, and Safia. Does not go by another name? Chandra Lampkin. That was York's co-defendant. And what about Safia? I don't know her name. Okay. How old were you girls? We were all 14. And when you arrived in upstate New York, were there other adult women that lived with Mr. York? There were other adult women there. I don't know if they necessarily lived with him, but there were other women there. Question. Did they live in the house? No. They had their own trailer. Did Nadia go with you? No. Nadia had left at that time. Did Radia go with you? No. Did Rahil go with you? Rahil was already up there. Did your parents travel with you? No. How many people? My dad was living up there already. How often did you see your father? Not much. I didn't really see him much. And when you arrived in upstate New York, do you recall how many followers were living there at the time? Maybe about 20 or 25. It wasn't that much. So would this have been at the beginning before people started going to Sullivan County in bigger numbers? Yeah. How long did you girls stay in Sullivan County? For 4 years. Question. When you first went to Sullivan County, did you stay there, or were you there for the first time and then leave and then come back? Do you remember? Answer. Well, when we were younger, we would go there for summer camp. Like, we would go up there for like a month or 2 months just for the summer. When we were 14, we went there for like 2 weeks, and then we went back to Brooklyn, then finally moved up there. Somebody was saying, okay, go ahead.
You got the flow going, but I think the chat need a moment to breathe.
All right, let me stop.
Hey, Stephanie, because we got some former abuse victims in here. So what we gonna do is we gonna breathe in deep, and we gonna count to 10 while we letting it out.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, man. This reading this shit is just pain. It's just fucked up.
If it's that bad for us, it's gotta be at least double bad for sexual assault victims to hear.
And now you see why people don't want to talk about this shit that have went through this stuff. And how they feel when they see the Wapians saying, oh, they lying.
Mm-hmm.
They getting STDs and all this shit because of this guy. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Nasty bastard.
I told you I ain't mean to read her stuff, but it just happened to come across it.
Yeah, I know, but keep going because
I'm gonna send you this one. I'm gonna send you this because I want you to go through it in entirety because I want you to do the cross-examination and all this other stuff. Because the attorney for your Adrian Patrick tried to trap her, and she was very clever, and she beat that shit away. All right.
Yeah, that was some real. I've heard the man. Yeah, I heard the man was twisted, but I never. You just said, yeah, he molested, over 140 kids, but to hear the details of how and the dementia, just the insanity of all the things that he has done, in detail,
and how this was set up.
Yeah,
if you remember,
the women being involved, the older women being involved, and
remember, do you remember earlier when we was doing the show and the brother was I asked Tarnoon to read that ritual thing?
Oh yeah.
Four homosexuals and the two golden children.
You got to go back and see how all this stuff came together. Where there was someone to get it started, and then he would take over. So as we read on, all right, now this is talking right here. The other group of girls, were they involved with Mr. York sexually? No. And when you returned to Sullivan County, I think you said you lived there for 4 years. Nas head affirmatively. Question: how long did you attend public school in Sullivan County? For 1 year. And why did you stop? He took us out of school. Question: did he explain why he took you out of school? Answer: well, at that time we started a religion, kind of went through the Judaic way, and he was saying that school was, Sheol, which in Hebrew means hell. And it was just like an evil place you send your kids to. And so he took us all out of school. Now, that's critical because they have York on video where he's lecturing about school being Sheol. It's being hell because I posted it on my YouTube channel, and they can use that was part of the evidence confirming what she was saying here. And he took them out because he was saying that, okay, well, you want to go to Sheol, then just leave from up here and go down into the cities. You'll see later on. But anyway, let's go on. I'm not going to do this much longer, but I'm going to just go to the point of it. Okay, so question. Now, you mentioned that he changed his religious philosophy during that time in Sullivan County. Answer: Sullivan County, Miss Washington. When Mr. York would make changes in his religious philosophy, would his physical appearance also change? Would his clothing change? Answer: his clothing would change, yes, Mr. Moultrie. Madam Clerk, we have exhibit 222 and 223 yet. Your Honor, I'm going to make sure to find that master list during the lunch break, the court. What numbers are you again, please? I'm trying to ascertain whether or not I use this particular number already. This is evidence here. I'm going to mark these exhibits 233, 234. Okay, Miss Washington, I'm going to show you what I've marked as exhibit 233 and 234 and ask you if you recognize these exhibits. Answer: yes. What do they depict? Mr. Pack, Your Honor, I will object to her testifying to the contents of the pictures, and we're going to object to those pictures based on relevancy. Mr. Moultrie, Your Honor, the pictures I'm going to lay, I have to lay the foundation before I offer the exhibit, and before I can lay the foundation, the witness has to testify at least whether They are pictures. I can be more general in the questions that I ask for the foundational purpose. If the defense would like me to do that, but I think she has to state, at least for the record, that it is that she's looking at so that when I move to tender the exhibits, then I have a basis for saying why they're relevant. Mr. Patrick, Your Honor, I think she's already testified that she recognizes pictures, but to get into the content of them, that's what I'm objecting to without. I'm objecting to that because if she gets into the contents, they're admitted as evidence in court. You don't have any objection to the fact that the foundation, that they're accurately depict what they are supposed to depict. He doesn't have to, Mr. Patrick. I'm not gonna get too much of all of that. We're gonna go through this stuff, or how sister want to work this out. Okay, so Mr. Turner, then my final question would be, Ms. Washington, do those exhibits depict how Mr. York was attired during this period of time when you lived in upstate New York? How he was displayed to you or just demonstrated to you all in terms of his clothing? Answer: no, he didn't dress like that in upstate New York. Question: did you ever see him dress like that in either Brooklyn or upstate New York, or even provide these pictures of himself like that when you lived in upstate New York? Answer: this picture was drawn in upstate New York, but he didn't dress like that. They were used in his books. The picture that's marked in Government Exhibit 234 is one of the pictures that is used in the books at the time that you lived in upstate New York. Yeah, in the books, we also made posters of it. Mr. Moultrie, at this time, Your Honor, the government would tender what's been pre-marked as Government Exhibit 234 only. The court, all right. Your Honor, I would object to that. He just didn't want that picture to be shown. All right. But I think they eventually let him go ahead and say, Mr. Moultrie, Your Honor, the government's position is that Mr. York changed his religious philosophy and that he changed it often, as the witness has said that he did, and that these religious guises, these religious attires were used in an overall scheme, the overall criminal enterprise, in order to present himself as a person of God and to present himself as a person in power, and that this is one of the ways that he depicted himself to his followers. And I think that it was the witnesses just told us that it was why I think that it was relevant. Pictures, the court, I overrule the objection. All right, Mr. Moultrie. Okay, so at this time, the government would tender what's pre-marked as Government Exhibit 234 and ask Mr. Hooper to publish that photograph by Mr. Moultrie. Okay, question, Ms. Washington, can you tell us from what you recall about this particular photograph of Mr. York? It actually isn't a photograph, was it? It's a poster or a picture. Answer: it's a pastel drawing, and you said it came from one of his books at the time in upstate New York. Answer: it was used in his books, and who was he supposed to be? Answer: that's a portrait of Imam Isa. That's how he dressed as Imam. And a question: and at that time that he was Imam Isa, who was he? What was his role as Imam Isa as he's depicted in the photograph or this picture? Answer: an Islamic leader. Question: all right. And I noticed that there's something in his background in the picture. Do you see up in the left-hand corner? Yeah. And what is that supposed to be? A spaceship. Question: what was the relationship between the spaceship and Mr. York as Imam Isa? Answer, I don't know. Question, all right, thank you. Mr. Moultrie, thank you, Ms. Hooper. Mr. Moultrie, Ms. Washington, did Mr. York's sexual conduct with you continue in upstate New York? Answer, yes, it did. And did Mr. York's sex acts with you in upstate New York also involve other girls your age? Answer, yes, it did. Question, which girls were those? Answer, Nicole Lopez, Safia, Sakina. Question, what's Sakina's last name? Let me I won't get in trouble for that one. Question, did also you and also Ebony Hill in upstate New York? Yes, I did. Did you ever see Mr. York do sex acts with Ebony Hill in upstate New York? Yes, I did. Would some of these sex acts occur with you girls in groups? Yes, it did. And Miss Washington, can you explain to the jury how it was that you girls would be together alone with Mr. York in these group settings? Answer, we would come up to do different chores, as in clean the houses, maybe do something in the office, something like that. And sometimes if an adult was there, they either left, you know, or okay, when he first had his house in upstate New York, there was not no mean adult that would be there. So it wasn't anybody that was there every single day. So if we came up to do something, it would only be just us there. Question. And when you say us, you're referring to who? Answer, the girls. And what about as more people came to the land in upstate New York, adults came to live in upstate New York, then how would you all be together with him groups at that time? There were adults there at the time. It's just that when he first built his house, usually he had one set woman there that's basically there on a day-to-day basis, taking care of everything. At that time that he first had his house, there was nobody there. Permanently, there was nobody there. So it was easy for the girls to get in and out. Did that change? Did that change? Did there come a time when there were more adults in and out of the house in upstate New York? Yes, it did. Okay. Now, did these group sex acts with you girls continue even after these adult women were around more often? Yes, it did. And how would you girls be alone with him in group settings during that time? It would be the same way. If somebody wasn't there, we would be there maybe doing whatever. It would be the same way. We would just end up being there. Question, and you would end up being there for the reason, answer, either to clean up or maybe bring a book to him to do something in the office, different reasons. So as you can see, the justification for these young girls being around York was under the guise of working. So when he said that the girls who did the books and working in the office, that was how the sex acts were able to be covered and people not know about it.
Okay.
And it gets even more. Oh, like right here. Okay, so all right. So when you say a sister, let me get to the context of it. Let's say, all right. Okay, let me go right back to where we stop there. Okay, it would be the same way if somebody wasn't there. Okay, question. And you would end up being there for what reason? Either to clean up or maybe bring a book or something in the office, different reasons. Question, would you go on your own or would you be called? We would be called by whom? By a sister. And when you say a sister, are you referring to someone that would have been your age at the time or older? No, older. Would say, where would these group sexual activities take place? At his house. Question, in a particular room, or were there more rooms involved than just the bedroom. The bedroom, bathroom, the movie theater, the office. Question, Miss Washington, did there come a time when you began to recruit other children for Mr. York's sexual activities? Yes. Question, how did you come to this? What do you mean? How did you start that and began to do it for him? It was after, it was kind of frequent with us girls, the girls our age, he would comment about different little girls like Amala. Me and him would talk about it, and then I would call Amala up. Question, where were you living when this began to happen? Upstate New York. And how old were you when you began to perform this role for him? 15 or 16? Now, before I ask another question, other questions, I want you to tell the jury if you entered into an agreement between you and the government that involved an immunity agreement. Yes, I did. Court reporter, I'm sorry, witness. Yes, I did. All right. Question. I'm showing you, Ms. Washington, what's been pre-marked as Government Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that exhibit? Answer. Yes, I do. And what is it? That was my immunity letter. And what did you understand your agreement to be with the government concerning the immunity agreement? I understood it to mean that I was cooperating with the government and my testimony would not be used against me. And did you understand your responsibility to be with respect to your testimony? Answer, to tell the truth. Mr. Moultrie, Your Honor, the government will tender what's pre-marked as Government Exhibit 71. Mr. Patrick, we have no objections. Court, it's admitted. That's 71. All right. So, Ms. Washington, at this time that you began to recruit these other children for Mr. York, how would you describe your relationship with him? What was your role in the life at that time? Answer, I wouldn't say I really had a role. Question, were there other responsibilities that you did for Mr. York at that time other than recruit these younger children? Answer, I worked in the mailroom. I won the books, the regular, and the books that you referred to, Ms. Washington. The books, for example, they had a kind of picture that we saw earlier marked as Government 234. What type of books were these? Can you describe them for the jury? Answer, it was books explaining our religion, like, breaking it down, what we believe, what we didn't believe, historically, biblical stories, stuff like that. And question, and whose ideas were these, the brainchild of these books? Who came up with these ideas? Answer, you mean the title and question, the title, the subject matter, philosophy? Answer, well, it was his ideas. I mean, some of it we would type from other books, his ideas. Question, and were you ever with him when he got some of these ideas? Do you know how these ideas came about? Answer, what do you mean? Did he ever tell you how it was that he got ideas for these kinds of religious books? Well, he would indicate, we would type, he would dictate, we would type, and he would dictate. And sometimes he said, he got like a calling or something, Question. Now, earlier you testified about having conversations with Mr. York about certain children. What exactly did he tell you? Well, it depends on the child. I mean, it was different reasons for different children. Amala was quiet. At that time, he said that her mother had too much influence on her. She was too harsh on her. I don't really know what the interest was, but, Amala was basically a child that stayed to herself. Question, and how old was she when Mr. York began expressing an interest in her? She was about 8 years old. Question, did you know Amala at that time? Yes, I did. Did he make any specific comments to you about her physical appearance? No, not that I can remember. Question, did you see Mr. York engage in sex acts with Amala in upstate New York? Yes, I did. And would you tell the jury the first time that you saw this happen? Answer. It was in a trailer. I took her to his trailer. We were sitting there on a couch, and there was a pornographic movie playing. He took out his penis, and then I was showing Amala how to, massage it. Question. How did you show her? Answer. I had my hands on it. Question. Did Mr. York say anything to Amala? I don't remember him. I don't remember. Question. What else happened? Answer. I put it in my mouth. I put it in her mouth. And I think that's all that I remember the first time. Question. How did she react, if you recall? I don't remember how she reacted. Question. When you went to Amala, did you say anything to her about where you were taking her? Yes. What did you say? Well, we had a previous conversation about what was going to happen. See, it's the same thing that she had experienced. She's continuing the same thing that the other girl did to her. Question. What did you say to her on the previous occasion? I told her that, she was going to be taught about sex and that, it was a part of culture that, young girls are going to learn about it. And, they're going to practice with him so that they can be prepared to please their husbands. I asked her if she was interested, and she said yes. So that day, the first day, I told her that, it was going to happen that day. Question, how old was she when you had that conversation with her? She was 8. Did you see Mr. York do sex acts on more than one occasion with a mother in upstate New York? Yeah. Do you remember anything about any of the other incidences that you saw between them? No. I think it was like the first time. Do you know Crystal Harding? Yes, I do. Do you know her? And it goes on and on and on. Now, this particular person, Allura, wasn't living on the property. Her mom was one of his girlfriends. So she would come visit and they got into something. I just remember that she mooned him, meaning the young girl. And she was, talking about that incident. And he told me that, Allura was kind of frisky, like, she was always touching. She was a frisky person. Was she a frisky person? And let me stop because I'm. Shit, I haven't been up all day. I'm up all night.
No problem.
My brain is kind of,
Well, you want to stop here and come back on later?
I suppose we can. I just want to let this process because we could pick it up because he then goes into York's wife, Kathy Johnson, or his common law wife. And this is what we were talking about earlier, because like he says here, how old was Crystal when Mr. York told you about what she did on his lap? She was, I said, about 4 or 5 years old. Did you know a boy named Issa Johnson? Yes, I do. And do you know his mother? Yes. And what's her name? Kathy Johnson. Did Issa and Kathy live in Sullivan County? Yes, they did. Was it unusual to see Issa in Mr. York's house in Sullivan County? Issa didn't frequent his house. Did you ever see Issa sitting on Mr. York's lap in Sullivan County? Yes. And did Mr. York say anything to you about Issa and Issa sitting on his lap? Answer. He thought that Issa was kind of sweet in the shoes. He said that Issa showed signs of being gay. So I guess when he started having an interest in Issa, he said that Issa would, do the same thing Crystal would do. He would sit on his lap and kind of move around. And where were you living when he was let me try it again. And where were you living where was Mr. York living when he said things about Issa in Sullivan County? I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as Government Exhibit 33, on and on. Let me stop right there. Yeah. Okay, let's stop. I'm going to stop sharing right now.
Okay.
Whew. That shit is rough.
Oh, it is.
That was
it's
one
already
demon,
bad
man.
enough. You have to read so much, and then the the material.
Man.
But thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this because I don't have all of the transcripts, but I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have about 6 or 7 of them, and they are very long. Because if you want to buy them, you have to get an attorney and type this thing up, and then get the redacted form, and it's about $15,000.
Good God, is that much stuff?
Yeah.
Like, is that confirmed? Because I know the FBI done had people thinking they gonna pay stacks, and then it turned out to be $50.
Well, if you're going to have the unsealed version with the redacted names, that's part of the process. Now, granted, there were people selling the transcripts online, and they were making money off of it. There was a guy out of Canada doing that. Yeah. So some of us have these things, and back around in 2006 or 7, they were kind of being given away to different people. I just happened to get one from people who were working on the case. I appreciate everybody that give me a shout out. I appreciate just the thought, because I'm bringing it to your awareness. Believe me, I don't take any pleasure in this at all, because it's a how do you say, it's a double-edged sword, because on one hand, I'm trying to bring this awareness. I'm trying to take people into an area that has not been done before, because the Nuwaubians are very skillful at covering this part of it up. But then on the flip side, I have to be mindful that the people who suffered this stuff and survived don't want to have to relive this shit. So I'm caught in between, because this has to be known, especially now that you see people, a new generation of pervs have been raised by York.
Yes.
So this is just one part. There's a lot more and more graphic. Now I'm at work right now reading this shit. I'm around. I work. Ain't no secret. I work around celebrities, and the Waldorf Astoria. You have a lot of millionaires who live here. So I'm downstairs, and I'm pretty sure they can kind of hear me, but because it's late, it's 2:30. It's 2:30, 2:25 over here. So, fuck it. I wouldn't get fired or anything, but I'm just saying, if they complain, I can.
I had some weird dreams last night. All I heard was somebody calling Pickle Man.
Yeah.
And who the hell is Eugene?
Yeah.
Woo. But I don't know what you ate last night, but indigestion can give you nightmares.
Tasha, I want to ask you something. I want to put, because this has been done tonight, I want to take this video and I want to put it on my channel.
Oh, yeah, sure. You must not have seen the new disclaimer in the description box. Everybody is free to use anything from the Polite series except for Kev Gills, Morris TV, Sonetta Studios, and I might have threw another name on there too.
All right, cool. Because one of the reasons I want to do that is because I want people to kind of. I've always wanted.
To me, so you put it on your own channel. Now,
well, of course, I'm going to cite you, and because I want people to be able to leave and come to CCTV and follow on where it's going from here. I have to do another show.
But what I mean by that is, you didn't have to give us that this morning. You didn't have, to break that out.
Let me tell you something. I didn't plan to do it. I just happened to come across it when we were sharing the screen, and I figured, fuck it, man. This is something that hasn't been done before. This is what the Nuwaubians has been ducking, dodging, and running from. I said, they sealed the document so nobody would know the truth.
I keep telling y'all, divine intervention. I'm just waiting for somebody like an auntie to pop out and say, yeah, I can tell you all about Michael.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. Something else coming. Too much done fell out already.
Yeah, man.
I accidentally stirred the HOK pot to overflowing. That wasn't my intention, but since they want to call me a thief, everybody gonna eat today, except for y'all.
Mm.
Guard.
So in a nutshell, this kind of this is what took place behind the doors that were locked, that Wapian saw, the press saw, spectators saw, family members saw. They watched this stuff in real time. But the people who are out there protecting the pedophile are not privy to this. They don't know anything about it. All they saying is, "Oh, this is a white man's work. You're an agent. You're trying to take down the man. You jealous. You're not getting the shine." This kind of shit.
I mean, I legitimately don't care if somebody takes something off my channel, as long as they don't edit it so that there's no context. While Tahaka Bay was screaming about, since I released the video, there was no context, we now found out that you should have had a subject matter expert with you to call her when she kind of steered off the path. Just like you called Ezekiel tonight when he started going off on one. That's why I always ask you or Tor Newton to come. When I ask y'all to ask Tariq Noel, I ask one of y'all to come with him, because I figured it'd make it more comfortable, but it actually helps with the flow of the conversation. Because when it's more than one of y'all up here, one of y'all will say something and it'll trigger somebody else, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I remember that." And that's how we get half the stuff we get.
I agree with you, Stephanie White. Hater shit.
Yes. But see, since he want to claim I stole his bag, I'm Robin Hood, and I'm passing the bag out to the community.
I feel you.
Everything from the Polite series, y'all can use it. Just don't edit no context out of nothing, and don't.
Well, my channel's not monetized either, so you ain't gonna worry about that either. So I ain't making no money off of this stuff.
I'm just saying this in general while I'm saying it. Don't edit any of the context out. If y'all want to chop it up DJ Vlad style and get the most out of it, go right ahead. Only thing I ask is y'all keep the truth the truth. Craig say, what about the children? Craig say, what about the children?
Okay, is this live?
Yeah.
Okay, what was that?
Craig said, what about the children?
What children?
What children, Craig? I think he means the children from children from the community.
Well, you gotta be real specific because there were a whole bunch of communities.
Okay, Craig, you here, and be a little bit more specific.
Yes, Craig, you gotta get right.
Sometimes I can text y'all meaning, but y'all gotta give me enough to work with.
Oh, DJ Craig. Okay, DJ.
He said, quote. Oh, it's a quote. What about the children?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What about the children? Oh, well, since you mentioned that, what about the children? Well, that was the whole thing. It was the guys it was all about the children. The 144,000. They will be virgins, and they will be dressed in all white, which is part of why we were dressed as Ansars in all white. And they were supposed to be the ones who were our salvation. They were supposed to be prepared for the return of the mothership.
Lord. Wow. You ever watch The Simpsons, Chuck?
Huh?
You ever watch The Simpsons, like back in the day?
Nah.
Nope. There was this episode where everybody thought it was a ghost in Springfield, and it turned out to be Mr. Burns with radioactive poison.
Oh, okay.
I gotta, if I can find a clip, I'm gonna send it to you. Every time I see that shit, I think about York.
Damn.
Because he got on a white robe and no shoes, and it looked like he floating, but he got this little green aura around him. And his eyes dilated.
I'm gonna show you a picture real quick. Hold on. Keep talking. I'm gonna show you a picture of something I think is relevant.
Hold on, I'm gonna find it real quick.
Because remember, I'm laying that premise down where it says, remember I said that the 144,000 children of light.
Yeah.
They were the ones that the angel Michael was supposed to prepare for the return of Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. So this illustration has a new, now that we know what York did, this illustration has a whole different connotation to it. Watch this. See it? You look at it differently now.
Yeah.
The 144,000. The parents are stubborn jackasses. And Imam Isa wants your kids.
Wow.
Well, that's just crazy.
That guy was really insane, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a nut.
Hindsight really is 2020. Like R. Kelly calling himself the Pied Piper of R&B all these years, and now he going to jail. He already in jail, ain't no going, but he on trial. I bet you he wish he hadn't never made that Not Guilty song. Here you go. I found it.
Yuck! There it is.
For some strange reason, it reminds me. Hold on, I'm gonna find it because I got it.
I bring you love. Is that the love between a man and a woman, or the love of a man for a fine Cuban cigar? I bring you love. It's bringing love. Don't let it get away.
Break his legs.
You want an alien? This is your alien!
Hello, children. I bring you love.
It's a monster! Kill it!
Kill
it!
It's not a monster. It's Mr. Burns.
It's
Mr.
Yeah, the green
Kill
one.
it! Kill it!
No, let me explain. Every Friday.
Now you see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what picture I'm talking about too. I know you do.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh,
I know what you're talking about.
Yep, I see it. I see
I'm
it.
finna change my avatar.
No doubt.
Oh my goodness. But no, every time I see this picture, all I see in the back of my mind is, I bring you love.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here it go. This one.
Mm.
I think there's another one where he looked like Jesus floating with the green aura too.
Yeah, with the white.
Yeah, with the white robe.
Yeah.
That's the one.
No, I'm gonna pull it up. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up. I want you to see it because I'm glad y'all pulling this stuff up because it's all relevant. And this is part of why when we were reading that, you see that the prosecutor was trying to lay the format of how he wanted to depict himself to the victims.
Mm-hmm. He wanted to depict himself as every savior that's in the back of their consciousness.
Yeah.
From what I heard, this whole entire situation is sick.
I'm your prophet when you need it.
Where the hell is that picture? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold up. All right, let me share this real quick. Real fast. Window. All right, this is what you was talking about.
Yes. It ain't even in color yet. Yes.
That's York.
It's that same picture with a green aura around it on one of them books.
But that's York right there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I seen another one though. That's kind of that looked like that.
But it's got a green outline instead of that white halo.
Yeah.
I bring you love.
I bring you love. Sound like Michael Jackson.
Now you see why I say. Oh goodness. Oh Lord. See, we have fun over here and we learn something. We might be up for 72 hours, but we lit.
Yeah, those court documents were very, very. It was just like, man, yeah. It's one thing when you hear about, cause see, when you got like your mind, you're sane. You'll hear about things like that take place, and you might think, well, the normal sexual stuff may have been going on or whatever, but this dude was sodomizing,
boys and
girls, man. Like this guy.
That's some real sick shit.
Yeah, I mean,
people wonder why I call it the worms.
Now,
it's so also much easier to say worms.
Yeah, this is also
giving out herpes in the same time.
I was just about to bring that up.
Didn't he give 100 of them herpes?
No. I think some clarity needs to be brought when it comes to that also.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to his medical records. Hold on. Because some people have got that story kind of mixed up. No, not everyone had contracted herpes from him, because remember, he also spread anal chlamydia to some of the listed victims.
Lord
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Woo. Oh.
Anal chlamydia. Now,
that guy deserved his death penalty, man.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
No doubt. But here's the thing. See, York already had a medical doctor that lived on the property. And those girls and boys who were listed victims, they were the ones around him. They were the ones who would go with him to restaurants as like little gifts if they did something nice or good. Because not all the kids had that luxury. And even Nikki fell out of favor because she didn't want to continue acts, and she kind of, was neglected, which she almost died because her potassium level had dropped to a level where she nearly died. They had no choice but to admit her to the hospital. Because when those girls lived on the property, they were malnourished.
Yeah, in Bill Osinski's book, he was like, this lady found like a little setup in a storage unit where the lady was leaving her child all day. And they called CPS, and CPS was like, the child wasn't being abused. So they left them be. But I don't know where they were staying. But during the day, she was leaving the child in the storage unit. The lady said she knew because when she went in there, it was like a blanket, some toys, and something else. And then another one said that this lady used to go to the courthouse washroom every morning with like 6 kids. And the lady was like, the washroom might be messed up when she was done, but it was clean.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not doubting it. I just never heard that before.
Because I mean, they said the water ran because he like paraphrased a letter that one of the girls that was in disfavor with York, but she was head of the woman's house, like the bad woman's house or whatever, the one where the floor was rotting out in the shower and stuff. And she wrote up a whole list of everything that was wrong with the trailer, and it was like holes in the walls and the shower. This is before the shower.
Yeah.
This is that's the one right there. Bring you love. See, look, he dressed like Jesus, but he got his hand up like Buddha, or is it Gandhi? It's like he just incorporating all the major religions into one right there.
Yeah.
Remember that mother that was lying a few years back talking about how her and her daughter were sleeping together. Them two that's on they on Big O. Yeah, Jaden, I remember them. They on Big O. Somebody mentioned them recently. They starved everybody, Stephanie. It wasn't just the children. Children were starving. The men were starving. The women that wasn't cooperating with York was starving.
The picture that you see right here is in one of the nurseries where the little girl's house. So some of these kids had to take care of these babies.
Mm-hmm.
You had to sleep on the floor, because that was one of the reasons why my girl left, because her daughter she came up after she did a chore. She came upstairs to get her daughter and said her daughter was sitting on the floor naked crying and nobody was around. So she said, fuck it, I'm out of here.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, she left that night.
Do not blame her. Do y'all have any wrap-up questions? Does the panel have any?
Yeah, I got to get back to work.
Yeah, Chuck. That's all. Is there anything you want to tell us before you leave?
No. I'm like I said.
On later today, so
I'm just saying. I just wanted I just want to help. I just want to share and bring this awareness, because these lies have been buried for just too long, or they've been misunderstood. Too many people have been trying to confuse the issue. York confused the issue, and nobody has ever actually put these transcripts out like that. Now I'm looking at this image up on the guest. Who is Triple C TV? What is that? Because I see
me.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Because I was getting ready to blast your ass.
I put it up there to tell you I was talking about the episode.
I ain't taking no prisoners now.
I sketch, peace.
Who's that? Thanks for the info. Hey, I appreciate just the compliment. I really do. I guess this like I said, is my thing, and shit. When it's over, that's why I wanted to make sure that the website stays. I mean, when I'm dead, it'll still be around.
Yeah.
What about the welfare fraud and they was using with the women?
Yeah.
I've heard that they was getting food stamps and welfare.
You're welcome, Stephanie.
Yeah, for the children.
Okay, real fast. When you move into the community, like when like the girl I met, I watched her. When she would come to class, we would be upstairs in the bait, and we had closed circuit TV, and so you're watching the class from the bait. And if you see a sister that you might want to talk to, you come downstairs and you offer her a book, or you try to talk that shit to try to bring her in. And so when I met this girl and we talked, and I told her that you have to get on welfare. And she was like, why? And, I had to give the talking point that, it's all about the children. We're here in we're in this land, and, the only way that we're going to survive is we got to have the money, and the money from Caesar, they owe us. So any kind of fraud, welfare, whatever, that's for a good cause, which is, to feed the baby so we can prepare them for the 144,000. So she agreed. So she agreed to get on welfare. So that was what the sisters had to get on, public assistance. And so the food stamps, the monies. See, before they had the card, you got the money in the form of, I think, like
the paper food stamps.
Yeah, the paper thing. Yeah, the food stamps. That would go to the community, and then whatever monies they gave, they would send it to upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
And they would buy food in bulk, but it was usually just lentil beans and rice, and a couple of like vegetables and stuff.
Yeah.
So that was the welfare fraud. You get on welfare, and you don't tell the people at the office that you may have a boyfriend or a mate. I never could get with that word mate, because I always thought about monkeys,
Mm-hmm.
But if you had a mate or a girlfriend, you couldn't put them down, because you wouldn't be able to get the thing. Now in Baltimore, when we were there, they had so many girls in the community doing it that the people at the office would say, "Here come the holy whores." I mean, the holy whores. That's what
Oh,
they
they
call it.
played that off slick.
Yeah, yeah. Called
Okay,
the Holy
Chuck,
Hope.
last question before you go. Education and Learning says, what role did Brother Ankh play on the lake?
Brother Ankh.
Ankh that snort coke out of keys, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
He was in Nuwapian for a while.
Ankh wasn't on a. Ankh never was on the land. He may have visited, but he was never a part of it. No.
So he wasn't out there on the building projects and stuff?
No, not at all. No, not at all. Okay, Ankh was just a brother who used to buy my, the CDs that York put out of me debating Christians. He was not a part of the Nuwapian inner circle or anything close. He was just a brother that patronized.
He was just a Nuwapian hanger-on, basically.
Well, yeah, I guess.
For want of a better phrase.
Well, you had guys that you knew you could count on when a new book come out, and you go to your clients and they'll buy anything that you got.
I saw that dude in Tahaka chat.
Who?
Yeah.
He followed Sanel over there more than likely.
So he wasn't living on the property. Yep, Ankh was just a spectator.
Tomas. Somebody said Ankh was a part of the investigation. I highly doubt it, dude.
No, Ankh was not a part of any investigation. No.
If he told y'all that,
nope. Sorry, y'all. I'm on my tablet and it keeps going in and out.
No problem.
No, he wasn't a part of the investigation. Nope.
Oh, Chet. Okay, Chet. So we're gonna let you go.
Okay.
And we'll see you later this afternoon. Get some rest first, though.
I didn't rest. Man, I don't get off until 6:45.
I'm talking about when you get off, man.
Oh, I'll try, but this shit got me because if somebody go live, if like Uma or whoever goes live, I'm gonna have to be there. So I'm off today. So I'll be off tomorrow or in the morning, whatever the time zone is. So. I can get a couple hours of sleep. I'll be all right. So I think I'm gonna be up all day after I get off. But do I have to go? I don't have to go,
Oh, I thought you said you had to get ready to leave because you had to work. You actually had to work.
I'm at work, but
okay. I thought you meant you had to go do something.
Write up a contract.
I'm thinking you said, okay, keep going, and I'm gonna take a smile intermission.
All right, we're gonna take an intermission.
120 ounces of water since DJ left. Hold on one second. Y'all just keep going.
Yeah, I see. I've heard a lot of cult leaders lately. They've been using that tactic with the welfare and the food stamps with the women. They'll have like, for example, Polite is not legally married to any of those women. So
no.
And they don't even share the same names. I don't think it's like his daughter, his real daughter, the one that everybody know. She doesn't even share the same last name as Polite, so that's a lot of room for fraud to take place. And I even noticed with Nature Boy, you got where he loves to get a lot of ex-veterans too. A few of the girls that's down, I know that one guy named Musa, he's a veteran, and a lot of them cats they got, and I think he's a veteran himself.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Can I stop you real quick?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I just remember because that name, and I've been trying to remember this dude's name for the longest. You mentioned the name Musa, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we were in Baltimore, this is back in 1990, 91. Okay, so we had to go upstate and bring down Faisal York, Abdullah York, and I forget their sister. And when we were in Baltimore, damn, I just remember that. Do you know that the dude and his wife that was in charge of the Baltimore community on Airedale Avenue, Taslim, everybody knows Taslim, in the Ansar and Nuwapi thing. Taslim's brother, we had to physically beat him with sticks and all this other shit, because he had molested York's daughter there.
Wow.
because my girl at the time, because she worked with the young kids, the girl told her that Musa had touched her, and they had just came from upstate, and this is Tesseline's brother. So the older lady, who was one of York's ex-wives, was running the store downstairs. So her name was Sayuda, and so my girl told her about it, and then she had York's personal number. So she was so pissed off, she called York right away and told him what was going on, and he put her on the phone, and she told him what had happened. And, you know, like a father, he didn't even come down to take care of it himself. He just said, y'all better take care of it or I'm going to come down there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was crazy because it was, and what was it? It was because in the Baltimore community, there were multiple levels. And so we had like an exercise room on the 3rd floor, which was also our green room. So it was about 10 of the guys. And so they grabbed the dude, they took him upstairs, and they took him in the back, and they just beat. Well, I mean, we just beat him up. That's basically what it was. You're not gonna kill him, but they broke his jaw because after they finished beating him the first time, you know, he was like, you know, Allahu Akbar and all this other shit, and then he got up. And, you know, went back and was wiping his face down. And then so the older dude in the back said, you know, that motherfucker's still walking? And so he said, let's go back out there and get him some more. So they went back in there for about 5 minutes. They just beat him till he was almost unconscious. And I guess that they did that because they didn't want to get York upset that he would have to come down from upstate New York to Baltimore because his daughter he didn't penetrate her, but he was, you know, digitally, they are digitally penetrating her.
Wow.
Yeah. So it just came. I remembered it because I told this before, but I couldn't remember his name. So the dude's name was Musa. Yep. Tesseline's brother.
Is it also part of that doctrine that children are little people instead of just children? I heard him say that.
I don't know about that. All I remember is that the children were supposed to be sacred.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, we know that was definitely not the case regarding him. It was all a smokescreen.
Man, I didn't know how much of a monster that guy really was. Like,
man, let me tell you something.
Like just hearing those that transcript was horrible, man.
Yeah, man, that's just one of many. And I was talking to my son about that, you know, one day, and because I had brought him on the property one day, and then he said, "You ain't never leave me alone with that dude, did you?" I said, "No." But he met him, you know. Doc, he was like, "Give me 5" and all this other shit, you know. He met my son. My son met him once, and you know, I'm glad because I was always asked to move upstate because I did artwork in carpentry, and I was asked to come up, but I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to move to New York because there was always scary stories about if you move to New York, you know, if you can survive in New York, you can survive in any community. But if you move to New York, you had to deal with a lot of shit you didn't have to deal with in other communities. You'll never see your girl. You had to work all day and all night. So there was a lot of horror stories about New York that I did. I said I'd leave the community before I moved to New York. And then I was asked to move down to Georgia. And then the brother that was in charge used to always say, "Damn, Mark, you're not about it. How you going to be about it? And when the master asks you to do something, you can't do it, motherfucker."
Yeah, I talked to. It was a guy. It was a guy on here. I talked on the internet a while back. Like maybe it was like around the same time Polite got exposed, right? Mm-hmm. And he was talking about how he actually lived in Atlanta or in Georgia or whatnot.
Yeah, that's his channel. The one you see now on the screen, Stephanie.
Yeah, like he actually lived in Georgia or whatever, and he said his whole thing was he didn't see nothing and he was just working all the time. They said they had the healthy men that lived on the land. They were just there to be workers, and they lived in horrible
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. A lot of them dudes, man, they just wanted to work because they believed in the philosophy. They really did, you know.
Look, if y'all want to understand the mentality behind it a little better, go watch some of those documentaries with the survivors of Jonestown, the ones that was actually there.
Yeah.
Because one of Jones's sons was there. That's his biological son was there, and his adopted son was there. And you'll get more out of his biological son than his adopted son, because it's like the adopted son was so grateful that he was blinded by some things, but since the biological son was born into okay, Sarah, hey, I've been looking for you in your weed and rainbow, and somebody just brought up but he was telling, like, most of them on YouTube, and he'll tell you how he started to feel like his father full of shit. And he's the reason that the cult members on the U.S. side, when that call went out for everybody to commit suicide, he one of the reasons they did not do it. So while everybody sit up here and call cult members this and that, you have to remember the ones that broke out and said, okay, this is enough. I need to say something for everybody. People say something long before it gets taken care of, but nobody listens. York was covered for a real long time by that law up in New York where they did not go into mosque. Some kind of way, he got his mosque name on that list. Some kind of way. Because he wasn't on the official list.
There was a lot of enablers. As you can read from the transcript, there were enablers. People protected and supported York in his endeavors.
If you take Jim Jones as an example, once again, he had his people purposefully go in and get jobs that would help the cult. I don't know how much of that York did.
He did do it.
He did do it.
Yeah.
So see, like when stuff happens, like I don't know, say the county clerk misfiling something that lets somebody get out on bail, you know, it makes me kind of wonder.
Yeah, and also it goes. Sometimes that can even tie into masonry too. You know.
Well, that whole Freemasonry thing was that was another gimmick to try to bring a legitimacy to him and to generate revenue. Let me answer this question real quick. What's his name? Jaded Emperor. He was asking, have you ever read The Immortal Birth by? I know I read. I didn't read the book. I'm familiar with it, so no, I haven't read that.
Which one?
There's a book, Immortal Birth, by Jahid Allah. So I've never read it, but I have seen the cover.
You have to text me that title and name.
Yeah.
And I'll see if I can find it.
Man, there's a bunch of books out there now. I ain't even had a chance to read them.
Thank you, boo. Well, see, that's what I'm doing. I'm taking all the books that you can't readily get, and I'm doing them chapter by chapter, and I'm going to do playlists for each one of them. That pyramid video killed me. Queen's Throne, salute. But yeah, so that, you know, for people, you know, because everybody can't. I got one of the last copies of Ungodly that was under $80. Yes, some of these books ain't cheap because they didn't print large amounts.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the Ungodly book was part of the proceeds to go to the victims.
Yeah. And I lucked out and got a signed copy for under $25.
Yeah. because a lot, a lot of them. Part of what helped them from the monies, like when they went to York's mansion, he had I think it was like $500 to $400, $700,000 in cash. So that money was split up, divided, and for different things, and some of it went to the victims having counseling, and some of them to attend school.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the victims I know, she moved to Spain.
I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Okay, we have our first polite update. See, I got it for $21 and some change. Gab T'Challa. He say, damn, Chuck everywhere. But Jay Vision said, ask Chuck about Tahoot. That's on Killer Pre-Show.
What about it?
I guess he just wants you to do.
Oh, what about the Hootie on Killer Pre-Show? I may have known him down there, but he doesn't look familiar to me. I'm familiar with him now, but I don't remember him back then. But yeah, I don't remember him. I think he said he was in Florida, because I was in Florida and I helped to build a community down there. But I just don't remember him by face. I just don't remember. And none of the guys now with the names they have now went by those names back then. Obviously,
Okay, this question is half facetious, half serious. If the Pyramid World worked out for York, was he gonna put that in different locations like Disneyland?
No, Tamaray was going to be the hub, the central.
It was going to be Mecca.
That was going to be the Neverland Ranch.
Nasty.
Sorry.
That wasn't directed at you. Dirty old man got words. What was the T Cole had me saying that just nasty every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And hey, you go ahead and snap it up. That's a collector's item.
Hey, Gab, when this feed is over with, go back and look at it. And we went into the sealed transcripts. So I think you'll be interested in that one.
It will blow your mind.
Dude.
It will blow your mind. Everybody listening, you need to go back and listen to those transcripts.
Well, Tasha's gonna, I'm sure she'll be able to do what she want to do with it, because like I said, I've been up.
Where do you find the transcript at?
Huh?
You find the transcript
at? Address. He had to get those. That ain't something you can find online.
Email it to me.
He gonna send them to me and I'll send them to you. But I'm gonna put them on a whole bunch of burner accounts and send them all over YouTube, just in case the New Wapians feel like trying to false flag people.
See, at this point you can't
reload them because we got the hard copy and I'll have the original video.
Mm-hmm.
Trolls on deck. The secret angel group is getting bigger and bigger by the minute. My phone been lighting up. My email been lighting up. Shit, people done hit me up on IG and Facebook. The only place ain't nobody went to yet is Instagram. Not Instagram, Twitter. Little Tweety Bird. And that might be coming too. I don't know. Look, people want this to stop. Even if they don't want to be on the front lines, they want to help. They going through their files. They going through their archives. They putting out stuff. When they see, look, every time somebody comes forward and gives their story, somebody listening says, hey, that fits with this. And that's another piece of the puzzle. And if they come and bring it out, that's another piece of the puzzle for all of us. So while we hear family, positive energy. Always. Because that's the only way we're going to get this done. It's going to take cooperation, unselfishness, and diligence.
Yeah.
York and his Yorkies have got to go, and it's everyone in the community's responsibility. They're not the only one. There's probably still dregs of Yahweh Ben Yahweh floating around here somewhere.
Oh, it is. You see him at the Trump rallies, you know.
Mm-hmm. They
Them
ain't
guys,
the only ones.
was it Blacks for Trump? Those are Yahweh. Those are the ex-Yahwehs.
Yeah, they'll go and change. Like a lot of these groups, all they do is change their name.
Yeah, yeah.
They just
I told you it depends on which costume they pulling out the closet.
Yeah, a lot of these guys that are popular now, they have been secret York followers. That's in the conscious community to this very day.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, man. And I'm telling you, man, these dudes they keep this dude. See, listen, this is what the cult members, I guess they're trying to use some kind of odd reverse psychology, real colorful. They'll say, yeah, Chuck, keep talking about the master, because the more you talk about him, the more people are starting to learn about the truth. Yeah, I say, yeah, they're learning the truth, all right.
We gonna talk about them, not the way you want us to, though.
Yeah, because I'm keeping that motherfucker alive.
I go New Wop hunting like this. Like New University came up, he was like, ooh.
I know that. I don't know him, but he used to be on a radio show years ago, on the Wapian radio show. I used to debate him a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
Babylon. He called him Babylon the Don.
Oh, okay.
He used to be on Don Nicoleone's radio show.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, Khalil's still around.
It'll come to me. J Vision. But now, if you think about it, the NOI, the Moorish Science Temple of America, Father Divine, Sweet Daddy Grace, and there's a couple of other ones I can't remember off the top of my head. But I'm pretty sure that for every element that you have in the conscious community, from Kemet to Hebrew Israelite, all of them popped up in that same time period in the 1920s. And some of them are interconnected with others. Like one was here and decided they could do it better, so they went and started their own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then take that into account with what Ezekiel said earlier. I'm not going to go into detail. Not too much anyway. But yeah, everybody that was here know what he said.
Yeah, a lot of those groups, not even just those groups, but my mom told me in the 60s, they had a lot of Christian groups that was taking people off in the woods and stuff and having like their own little tamaray, and they was called, like, they had certain positions for the women. They would call them evangelists and prophetess and certain levels, but at the end of the day, it was taking these women they were pretty much having sex with them, just like having a whole little thing that separate the men and the women, and all of a sudden the kids living their own little thing, and now the pastor dealing with the children. It's something. This thing has been going on for a long time with these demagogue psychopaths, man. You know,
one of them, because I've been reading a lot, so I'm not going to say which group because I'm not really sure right now which one it was. But one of these groups was, it was an element in the group that was suspected of drug trafficking. They were drug trafficking and they were using the group as a front. Y'all want to know who Sweet Daddy Grace is? He was supposed to be our next topic, but it don't look like we're going to get the Sweet Daddy Grace for a while. Sweet Daddy Grace on the back burner.
He ain't going nowhere.
Marcelino Manuel de Grasa. And once again, this is not somebody that was born and raised on U.S. soil. Why you on Wiki? Because it was the first thing on the list and it's the easiest. He was born between 1881 and 1884. They're not really sure because they've got different dates. and he died in 1960. Better known as Charles Manuel Sweet Daddy Grace. Fun fact: Jim Jones tried to take in Sweet Daddy Grace's flock when Sweet Daddy Grace was sick. But guess what? Somebody in his own flock already had their eye on that spot, and they pretty much ran him off. That's your fun fact for the day. He was the founder and first bishop of the predominantly African-American denomination, the United House of Prayer for All People. He was a contemporary of other religious leaders such as Father Devine, Noble Drew Ali, and Ernest Holmes. Many of his followers claim miraculous acts of faith healing while attending services, and others saw his ministry as a sign from God of the imminent return of Jesus Christ. And just like Jehovah's Witnesses, they are still waiting around to this day. If I'm not mistaken, Sweet Daddy Grace also used the mystical powder trick. But
really,
his parents were Manuel and Gertrude Pedraza. He had one brother and 4 sisters, born in January 25th in Cape Verde Islands, then a Portuguese possession off the west coast of Africa. No verifiable information to confirm his exact birth date. Don't find that a mystery because he was born in the 1800s. Yeah. So it is unclear whether he was aboard the ship in 1902, but ship manifests show him visiting America in 1903 and 1904. Okay, so he married twice, but this ain't what we here for. After leaving his job as a railway cook, he, using the anglicized version of his name, Charles Emmanuel Grace, began using the title bishop. He didn't go to no school. He didn't take no classes, not even the correspondence, when he just started calling himself bishop one day. From a railway cook to a bishop in the blink of an eye. In 1919, he built the first house of prayer in West Wareham, Massachusetts, at the cost of $39. He later established branches in North Carolina, Newark, New Jersey. 20s and 30s, he traveled America preaching and establishing the United House of Prayer for All People. Okay, so we're going to skip some of this because this is an upcoming Scam-malicious. This is an upcoming Scam God episode, so y'all getting a preview. But needless to say, Sweet Daddy Grace, because they don't have much on him. I'm digging, so maybe it's a blessing that he been pushed back on the list. But if you go back, we'll go to Father Divine. Because another fun fact for the day, Jim Jones hit his church up too. Jim Jones hit up every tent revival of every denomination and went to every church, but he preferred that fiery Pentecostal style. Now, mind you, Jim Jones started going to church because his neighbor started taking him with her because the daddy was a disabled war vet, and he had those gas attacks. I think he got caught in it was either that DDT stuff or Agent Orange back during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, the Korean War too. It was also in the Korean War. My father was in that.
Yeah. But and his mother she was a party girl before her time. So we're gonna leave that at that. But one of the neighbors took interest in him because she thought he was a cute, bright child, and she took him to church with her. And she had got mad at him at one point because she found out he was going to other churches, and he said that he just wanted to learn the religion, and he gave us some excuse. Good morning, True Soldier. So she let him get away with it, but he hit up every tent revival in every church. He always went to her church continuously. That's the one he hit up the most, but he went to every church. This man, when he was a child, used to hold funerals for animals. If they found a dead animal, they would have a funeral. First he was doing it with his age mates, and then when his age mates got tired of it, he started hustling up the younger children, and they really couldn't leave. He had them out in the woods and shit.
Yeah, that's what. See, my mom talked about the woods.
Listening to sermons, going to animal funerals. There was they said some of the boys that he was playing with said he did. They always said he liked animals, but one time they saw him do something to a puppy, and that's when they started. That's when they pretty much quit going around him, and that's when he started getting the younger kids. But it's like he was born. His mother told him continuously because she had mental issues and delusions of grandeur. Good morning, Nikki Justice on the run up on the panel.
You know, was that? That's
okay, good day, everybody.
Good morning.
How you doing? Good morning.
One of my hobby horses, but
that's ironic because I have Nikki on the phone now. Nikki Lopez.
Oh, did she want
no, because I saw that name and I said, "Well, ain't that a weird coincidence?"
Yeah, I told you divine interventions.
And you see how she prays. Yeah.
But, where was I with Jones?
And you see how she.
I think he was talking about the. It was.
Yeah, his mother. That's a true mental case if there ever was one. She was like, it was like a 20-year age difference between her and the father. Hey, Mrs. SM, and nobody. Yeah, I saw that Education and Learning. Nobody figured out why she got with him. She thought she had hit her meal ticket. He wasn't rich, but his daddy was well off. But see, he was one, you know how them old folk is, you know, I'm not going to give it to you. You need to earn it yourself. But if you need help, I'll help you. And she took that as the family not liking her. But they was helping them. You know, the dad bought him he put the down payment down on the farm, but the husband couldn't work it really. And she was out there and she just wanted an easy life. But she always fed Jim Jones this line that he was meant for something great and he was special and she knew it. He graduated high school, started working at a hospital as a orderly, and they loved him there. He was so comforting to the families and the patients. He met his wife, beautiful Sam Blue Waters. He met his wife, who was a couple of years older than him, at that hospital. He left the hospital and they got married eventually, soon around that time. Her friends and family was surprised but then when they figured out that he had told her that he wanted to be a preacher, they was like, oh, okay, because she was like, everybody was like, she's meant to be a preacher's wife. And she thought that she had met her soulmate because she just knew Jim had found his calling. Baby, she didn't know the half of it. He started going to school in another town. She was still staying with her parents. They came back. He got into it with her parents one time, and the thing always was with him, like when he got into it with her parents, they were like, you know, most people, you know, we gonna talk it out or something. No, it was his way or the highway. They had to end up apologizing to him. I think they figured that out when he but no, he would get roadkill. Any dead animal, Big Hamza, any dead animal he would find, and it's suspected that he might have conked a couple of them himself. But like if they was outside during recess and somebody found a dead animal, they go get Jim and he'd attend the service and have a whole prayer over it and stuff. Yeah, weird stuff. But yeah, after he got married, he was alternate. I guess I don't remember what to call it, but like alternate at a church, and he started encouraging Black people to come to the church. And mind you, this was in the Midwest before he moved to the West Coast. They got mad. He took his fledgling congregation and moved to California. They started in what is it called? Redwood. It's a little town between like San Francisco, and Fresno, I want to say, somewhere out in the cut in farm country. But they was out there. All his followers came with him. He had basically, after he started up his quote unquote church, he went around to other people's churches, guest preaching, but slick stealing members. Like poaching, he was poaching other people's churches. So he took that fledgling congregation and moved to California, out in the wood, out in the country, in a compound. Then they got up enough money after, like, because I mean, the stuff, like, you think that York sending people out to come back with $100 take every day is weird in cults? That's actually reasonable. That's on the lower end of the scale. But I'll stop right there because I know I'm running on.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. I mean, can you hear me?
You're muffled a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Redwood City. Thank you, Big Hamza. But they then branched out to LA and San Francisco. They caused more fuss in San Francisco than they did LA. Jim Jones was stacking the deck for politicians, and that's how they get. See, that's how they stay under the radar, because nobody suspects the church that's out doing the work of God, even if they do act a little funny.
And so did York. He allowed himself with Georgia.
Them people in school buses and drive them to wherever. He would get members from LA and Redwood and take them up to San Francisco. Before they started doing that, he was basically holding a tent revival and taking his congregation with him in buses. And people would leave their homes and just get on the bus and drive with them and never come back. But just like all cult leaders, Jim Jones was full of shit. He sat up there and forced 300 babies to their death, forced a portion of the 600 teenagers and adults to their death, and the other portion drunk the Kool-Aid because they thought it was another drill. But Jim Jones, did he drink that poisonous vat of shit he made that he told everybody was painless, when in all actuality, cyanide is one of the most painful deaths you can experience?
Yeah.
Did he drink that? Nope. No. He got shot in the head. They wasn't sure if he did it himself or if he got one of his faithful minions to do it. They told one of the guys, they had pulled them aside and they said, we need y'all to do something. And they handed them suitcases of money. It was the one that they were sending out. They had to get 2 people to help him because the suitcases were so heavy. And they left a pile of mini gold bars on the bed because it was entirely too heavy to take with them. I know I done skipped a big chunk of this story, but we doing another show on this. Maybe it's serious. But they left, and hell, they didn't get out the perimeter of the camp before they dropped 2 of them suitcases. See, when somebody drop a suitcase full of money, because total, them 3 it was like $100,000 in each suitcase. They dropped 2 suitcases because their mission was to take it to the German consulate, because that was supposed to be their last act of defiance as socialists. So they dropped 2. By that time, everybody that could get away did, and they was like, fuck that shit. They dropped 2 suitcases before they ever got to the edge of the camp. They struck through the woods. They dropped 1 right before they got to the main road that connected them with the closest town next to them, where they could get in touch. Because remind you, this was in the 70s, so there was no cell phones. If you was out in the middle of nowhere, they had to do radio. It took them a whole day because the shooting happened right before nightfall, and it was storming. So when the plane took the pilots left, they said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." The pilot in the one plane jumped in the other plane, and both of them motherfuckers flew off. At least they called for help, though. I'll give them that. They took the wounded with them, what was in the plane. But they got to the road and dropped that suitcase and ran to the folks. I know Big Hamza, right? Kiana, peace. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Kel, good morning. Nikki Justice, you ready to speak now, hon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You still sound a little bit muffled, but
it's muffled. It's a big storm here, so I'm not sure what's going on.
You might not have your mic pointed the right way.
Okay, what can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can y'all hear her? Because it might be me.
I can hear her. She sound kind of echoey.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on then. Well, let me drop off then. But
Are
anyway,
you on your phone or your computer?
I'm on my computer.
Are you using a headset?
Yeah, I'm on my headset. Yeah.
Check your volume on the actual headset.
You said it's too low?
Yeah, it's a little low and it's like muffled.
Okay.
But there should be a volume on your headset that you can turn up and down.
Okay.
Oh, the chat say they can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay, good morning to the chat. Good day. I really don't have anything too much to add. I did hear Chuck Morgan before when he, a couple of years ago when he was on the pyramids. I'm not going to say, the name because I'm not that fond of them, but you were over there when they were doing a lot of this when what's the brother's name who came out with his mother and his sister, and is it Tariq?
Tariq Noel?
Tariq Noel, yeah. So that's when I first heard of Chuck Morgan and heard about I had heard about the Dr. York or whatever his real name is. And I truly don't understand how you can follow something like that. I really don't. I don't get it.
Okay. He fooled a lot of people. That's essentially what happened. The charisma reached a lot of people.
I mean, you can apply the same logic and say, why did all those people stand behind Eddie Long when those boys came out? Mm-hmm. It's the same.
Right, I don't understand that either. Even in personal family.
Girl, if we understood it, we'd be right there with them. The most we can do is figure out where it goes left and try to correct
it. Yeah, but some people, when they have their minds made up, that's it. Because a lot of families are like that too. They'll know you're telling the truth and they'll still call you a liar just because everybody else is. And so, a lot of that family secret thing. And a lot of Black people keep a lot of secrets with their families, nothing that goes on in this house goes outside of the house, So that mentality is put into us early. And also abuse is put into us early as well. So we're unable to differentiate between what is healthy, back and forth, or if a beating is healthy, because a lot of people talk about getting beaten from their parents like it was just the funniest thing ever. Oh yeah, extension cords and frying pans, haha. Yeah, mama this and that. I'm like, that's abuse. But okay, so a lot of us are wired differently, I guess.
Oh, I think what happened? It's got all of a sudden quiet.
I think Nikki got a text or something and she put herself on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she said I heard a ding and then she said something and then she went quiet. But yeah, where was I with Jim Jones? Oh yeah, they dropped that last suitcase off on the side of the road and ran for help. The people that was because there were 2 locations, mind you. There was the airstrip where they attacked Senator Ryan, and then there was Jonestown. No, there were 3 locations, and there were going to be more because there was the house in Georgetown where he had some of his most trusted followers to be a relay, to be honeypots for local politicians, to keep eyes on certain things, you know, like one of the aides for the, they thought they was being slick, but some of them cult members was like, it's time to go. The girl had been sent to Georgetown because she was, one of the aides liked her. Hold on, here go Information Man show. Peace, brother, peace.
How you doing, sister, and everybody on the panel? How you
doing?
Salute to everybody. If I could just say a few words, because you talked about an individual that I know very well, based on my growing up, and as it relates to Jim Jones, I know the story personally because I knew people that I went to high school with that lost their whole family in the Jim Jones massacres. What he did to those black folks. When he came to the Fillmore area, the Western District area of San Francisco, growing up, I could actually see the church. And I can tell you from firsthand experience walking past that church at a time when the church was even condemned, it was an eerie feeling, an eerie, evil feeling walking right past the church before it eventually got demolished down. Also, one of my high school friends, his mother has been an activist for years, involved in keeping the memory alive of what that man did. What he did is exactly what you said. He started off doing these revivals from tent to tent, from city to city, and then eventually, like you said, he went into other people's churches, convincing their followers to come along with him because he had the word. And when he came on the scene into the black community, he began to present himself as a very humble, God-fearing person. This is the indictment that I'm going to put on the black community. And it maybe indictment is the wrong word, but it is the conditioning, I would say, the cultural conditioning. And the reason why this happens to us as a people is because in America, Negro, you have black people and you have niggas. And a nigga can be produced anytime in this country. And we are religiously oriented to believe in a white Jesus. Black people followed Jim Jones because they believed in that doctrine of that white man is God, that white man is Jesus. At that time, every black church had a white image of Jesus in their church, and they were indoctrinated by that. Now you hear it, you see a white man who comes along, who says everything that you want to hear, and you begin to connect to that which you've been conditioned to believe in. And then you have, whoa, a white man? And let's be honest, black people on a really weird level, we seem to be looking for white people forgiveness, for white people's direction. We're always doing things to try to prove to white people that we're human, that we're this and that. He was able to lead black people down the wrong road because he spoke a language that we are so used to hearing.
Can I pause you right there real quick?
Yes.
I just want to add something. Out of those 900 and something people in Jonestown, that's 934, I think was the last count in Jonestown proper, plus the dozen or so in Georgetown.
Yes.
There's about 1,200 victims of that massacre that day. I'm going rough estimate here because I don't have the numbers right in front of me. But out of Jim Jones' entire, and I mean entire inner circle, every last one of them was Caucasian. And I want to ask you one thing. Could you please, 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 please? I will be your platonic love mate for life. Get me in touch with that activist lady for an interview. If she is so willing.
What I'll have to do, and I have to connect with my mom and see if we can do some deep, because I know her son. I went to school with her son. Eddie Norwood is his name. And the brother they lost basically all their family. Matter of fact, when I was in high school, the only living relatives that he had in San Francisco that went to that disastrous People's Temple Church is he had a grandmother, an uncle, and his mom. The grandmother has since passed, so the uncle, I don't know what's come of him. I'll have to do deep dives research.
Okay, it is no rush
to find her. And the reason why is because I don't have direct contact. She knows who I am. I know who she is. No, we haven't seen each other in years. So I would have to do really deep dive. But it should be easy for me because she's like one of the lead people within the Bay Area who puts on memorials every year. The media has come to her to talk about the story.
Have seen her in one of those Jim Jones memorials on YouTube.
She's actually a preacher or sort of a religious person herself, so I find that kind of interesting. But let me say this, because this is something that maybe not a lot of people know about Jim Jones. When you say, well, why was he able to do this in San
You cut out.
Start
over. You cut out a little bit. Start over.
All right. What I was going to say is one of the things that a lot of people may not be aware of, and maybe you are, is that one of the reasons why Jim Jones was so effective in the Bay Area in San Francisco and was able to get away with a lot of stuff is because he was well vetted and well connected into the political mainstream of San Francisco. Matter of fact, this man damn near had a key to the city. If I'm not mistaken, I think he worked as a board member in the San Francisco government
of the housing committee, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, check this out, my dear sister. You remember this. One of the things that he was able to get from the black community is the control of the deeds. He would tell all the black people to build this church up, to build our economics up. See, we need the deeds. And so black people, for whatever reason, gave this man, put the name of their homes.
It wasn't just black folk.
It was everybody. But the reason why I'm focusing on black people, because it was black people.
Majority.
Right.
We got foster kids. Most of them from underserviced areas, African American in nature.
Right.
Disabled people that got mental disability checks, the elderly that got SSI checks, and he made them give him all their information, and all that money was turned in to the temple. Right.
What Jim Jones also employed, which I believe he got from going to all of those tent revivals, is that he brought the element of what do you call it? Not disinformation, but distractions, lies, tricks, and tricks, where he would act like he was healing people. So what happened is Jim Jones, I would say, is one of the first of many people before him who would use the tricks of the power of the Lord is in me and I can heal you. And you would have black people. This is how he got us. He used other black people to participate in the misleading of our people by acting like they were healed. So a black person would come in, an elderly person would come in and say, I can't walk. You've seen this before. I can't walk.
He even said he raised the dead.
Right.
They got that going on in Nigeria right now.
Right.
They've had that going on since before Jim Jones.
Right.
My grandma used to watch these travel videos, and they'd have these so-called shamans doing rituals on people, and all they was doing was rubbing rotten chicken liver on their stomach.
Right.
It's sleight of hand.
Yeah. Because of him employing those old school tactics, that really he was able to capture the imagination of black people who are already conditioned into this white Jesus mentality. And then what he also did, as you already know, sister, is that he used drugs. He put solicit drugs on his congregation, even his inner circle. And then imagine, for any brother that's on the panel, imagine being called to Jim Jones' chambers, his office or something of that nature. And he tells you that you got to make the ultimate sacrifice, a black man, because he needs to have sex with not only your wife, but now your daughter. So this tradition of what's been going on has been passed down from generation into different organizations. People are following the same blueprint. First of all, I personally am very skeptic, and I stay away from groups where now it becomes this religious thing. They got these goofy names, temple this, temple that, and then they tell you that this is our deity in the flesh right here. And you are, I personally stay away from anything that has what I call a cult-like personality to it. That's all I wanted to say. I got to get out the door.
Okay, and
Triple
one more
C
fun
TV.
fact before you leave, in case you didn't know, Information Man Show. Behind closed doors, Jim Jones was always an atheist.
Yeah. Oh, and he engaged in homosexual activities too.
If you go to one of those documentaries on YouTube, it's this black guy, and he was telling how Jim Jones stood up in front of the congregation and was like, "If any of the men in here need me to fuck them, I'll do it." Something
but he wouldn't say it directly. He would say it,
and he was helping them.
He was,
it was some kind of spiritual thing.
Right.
But if you turned him down, you might get a cheese sandwich and wake up. But
you would. What would happen? Like in any kind of church, you go into the pastor's chambers for counseling. You walk in there with your wife for counseling. Next thing you know, he's fucking your wife, and what have you, right? Or next thing you know, you're bent over one way or another, man or woman. These are the things that were happening. And I talked to people who were involved in this church who survived it, and they told of horrible stories, horrible things. And then the reason why. This is why he took black people, his whole congregation, over there to Guyana like he did over there. In
one little boy.
You know why he did that? Yeah, because what was happening is
he was going to lose.
He was going to lose everything. But he was not only that, as you said, losing custody, but now you had people here in America that were kind of like saying, "Wait, what's really going on?" So he got the hell out of Taj.
He sent the children to Jonestown.
Right, Jonestown, that's right.
Jonestown.
Right.
Georgetown is where he had the hub for all the information and stuff between Georgetown and the U.S. and Jonestown. But one of the members' wives that he took, she had a baby. Now he had all of his members sign these blank sheets of paper, and they would fill them in as needed. Or they would have them admit to specific stuff, and they would use it later. So and the husband and wife of this child, you know, they were getting divorced because she was sleeping with Jim Jones. But her and Jim Jones fell out, and he wouldn't let her take the baby, so she left the baby in the custody of her husband, who was still loyal to Jim Jones.
Right.
Jim Jones talked him into sending the baby to Ghana. And he was supposed to follow him. Now, mind you, the husband of this woman was also Jones's main litigator. I can't think of his name right now, but this is the person that he sicked after everybody. This was just like Chuck Morgan is like the #1 enemy of the Nuwaubians. When this guy turned, he was automatically the #1 member, the #1 enemy of People's Temple.
My advice to people is to stay as far clear of these weird little groups, these really weird names, and any time that it is induced in religion. One of the things that have always bothered me within the Fillmore area of San Francisco, and I know that area very well, living there, growing up there, because he had people coming from Hunters Point, Betrayal Hill in San Francisco. These are areas in San Francisco that are black communities, urban environments. And I believe that San Francisco there should have been a suit against the city of San Francisco, because they also endorsed this man. They also gave him a lot of power. They knew that there was some creepy things going on with Jim Jones, but no one has ever, that I can recall, have actually gone after
Jonestown. Mayor Milk got assassinated up in there.
Right. But this is what he was also doing to culturally condition the people. it was well known that he was having late night sermons. So he would wake you go to sleep, and Jim Jones folks would wake you up.
White Nights.
And he would preach the Bible to you 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. You know what that conditioning is? It's the same thing they do to people when they capture you in war. When you go back and look at the Vietnam War, they would do that to people that they capture, where they have you up late at night, early in the morning, saying things to you over and over again, trying to brainwash you. And then he was able to use the Bible to say, look, the devil is coming to get us. That's when the government was about to shut him down, as you already know. And he was able to use that Bible to get black people and all those in that congregation to believe that the devil was really coming after them. And that's the sickness of these cult lights. So to me today, I personally, again, and I would implore everybody, stay away from these offshoot groups, especially if they're telling you to worship one individual. People coming around the whole celebration and worship of one individual that's leading you somewhere. It's a Messiah complex. Black people have been conditioned, and we have been suffering from a Messiah complex of trying to follow someone. And I personally believe that it started with Christianity and various other religions that we have been indoctrinated by, that makes us easy to be swayed into the bullshit. But I'm going to leave you with that because I got to get off and I got to get outside the door and get my day going.
Thank you so much
for
that.
I see Taz is in the chat room. Peace to him. But everybody take care. This is a great build. And this is where it all starts. When you talk about all these weird groups that we got running around today, being led by even black people. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Thank you.
Peace.
Oh, thank you too, everybody.
Taz, he just jumped up here because I was giving a Reader's Digest version of Jonestown. But what they were talking, look, Jim Jones started White Knights long before they ever left. Long before they ever purchased Jonestown. They had, 700 acres out there? And they had like 5 years to cultivate it. Yeah, Chuck Morgan is the Chuck Morgan. Do you want to introduce yourself again for the new people?
Oh, hi. This is Chuck Morgan. I'm a former Nuwaubian, and I'm one of Malachi York's staunchest critics.
Yeah.
I was trying to kind of. Huh?
I was going to say, Chuck is our subject matter expert on York.
I hope you change that title because I don't like my I don't want to be all sound so like egotistical. That's why I want to do these videos. I try to put the subject matter on this or that.
Yeah, but Chuck,
whatever. You do your thing. I'm going to redo it. I'm going to
stop doing stuff like we usually do. We need to drive more traffic to your channel. We need to drag more traffic to your website. Taz, the GOAT piece, because this needs to go out. Oh, wait, I didn't even click Taz before I said peace. Hey, Taz, how you doing this early morning?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I cannot. I don't know nothing about this damn app. Now, I wanted to ask the Chuck niggas because I seen Sonetta, like an old Sonetta video.
Okay, before you get started, he over here is a guest. And
hell no, it ain't like that. Nah. Now, I was more so wanted to know how long he been like putting it out there, because the video I saw, Sonetta was kind of like promoting the Nuwaubian shit, and it was some shit like and Chuck Morgan, but he was saying more like he had somebody to take down Chuck Morgan. See what I'm saying? So
that's their dream.
Basically, the point I'm making is you about the only name I heard putting it out there for years. Right. That's why I wanted to come up and say good shit, because I've been listening to all type of videos. Not from the conscious community. Don't fuck with them niggas. But throughout all of this, I have heard Chuck Morgan exposing these niggas. So I wanted you to know, niggas hear that shit. That's good shit, bro. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you for coming up, Taz.
No doubt.
Hey, Jaded, say why you lost your Hey, Taz lost his voice because I believe the debate the other night, Y'all know I've been on my Eugene junket since August the 18th, and y'all ain't gave me no rest. But it's okay, because we gonna keep going till that conviction or that till the trial is complete. Let's just put it that way. Positive energy, family. Positive energy. You see how well it's worked so far. We got Ezekiel over here. We gonna have some more people over here. You know, Taz just popped up to say big ups to Chuck. And why y'all losing y'all voices? You know why. And big fella, we ain't forgot about you neither, big fella. You and your Jiminy FDMG crickets. I still cannot believe he said the FGMD insects was welcoming him to the school. Taz say he got his struggle voice on. That's that early morning post-debate voice. They be over there in the argument league yelling at each other for hours. Now, my current avatar is my new WAP bait. They fall for it every time.
Hey, it sounded like he was showing a lot of love with that voice, man. Like, because he could barely even talk. So he was trying to give dude his flowers. You feel me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it. And see, if your channel was more prominent, Chuck, they could give you flowers over there and over here. You will always and forever be the subject matter experts on your peppermint patty. You and so I Noonan.
Yeah, and for the people that's coming in, you got to go back and listen to the court documents that Chuck was talking about earlier in the show. That was like like you thought Dr. York was a scumbag, but until you hear exactly what these prosecutors heard in that courtroom, man, like it would turn your stomach.
You know what? Listen.
Oh, Taz, if you rewind, he read a piece of the trial transcript. I make sure you done ate breakfast, digested, sat down, and but yeah, it's worth a listen to get the context.
I'm seeing if maybe you can get a couple of readers to almost like act it out, not act it out, but just read it to keep the flow going. Because like me and Tariq did that on a show. One of the shows is on the website. I mean on the YouTube channel, and it just flowed perfectly. It almost as if we were right there. I was reading Adrian Patrick's cross-examination, and Tariq was going as himself, and we really got into it, and it was almost like, damn, you gotta hear that one. That show was like, damn.
Yeah, send me the link to that.
Hell, matter of fact, yeah. Let me find it and give you the timestamp on it, and maybe you can play it. Tariq is up. Tariq is up now, anyway.
Okay.
Give me a couple of minutes.
Okay. So while we wait, let's have a little clarification on the White Night. The White Night is when Jim Jones called. You were supposed to come. When they were in the States, the people at the Redwood compound. These are called closed sessions or whatever. They had open sessions for the public, and then they had closed sessions when they did the function. Okay, so he called White Nights randomly. When they got to Jonestown, first off, it was overcrowded because the plan was to cultivate Jonestown first and then start moving members in gradually, so they didn't have enough housing. The people were stacked in. They had to keep shipping in food from Georgetown. What else? They weren't being fed a lot. They barely saw meat. Jones was eating like a king. Him and his little inner circle, they were eating like kings and queens. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I have to do this in order so you understand. Starvation, sleep deprivation. They worked from damn near sunup to sundown. This is after they got to Jonestown. Now, mind you, he shipped all the children over first. Then he started sending everybody else out in waves. They was passports, everything. These people was on it. Soon as they heard that it was this monthly magazine and they were doing an article on Jones, Chuck, put yourself on mute for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. It was this monthly magazine, and they were doing an article on Jones.
Can you mute me? Mute me, please.
Yeah, I'll mute you. But just type in the chat when you're ready to, or in the private or the public. Okay. So, let me see. East Africa, peas. J Bay back. So, keep these in mind. Sleep deprivation, overwork, underfed, overcrowded. And then you already, halfway ain't getting no sleep. You sitting up here, you working, and this is physical labor because they were clearing the rainforest out. They were clearing the rainforest out to cultivate the land because they had a deal with Ghana, and Ghana let them get that particular tract of land because it bordered. Somebody look up on a map and tell me what Ghana is right next to. But whatever it is, it was buffering them. And they felt like the other country wouldn't attack because Jonestown was there and everybody at Jonestown was a U.S. citizen. But that's besides the point. Back to the White Knights. So, mind you, we already established Jim Jones was on drugs. He was on drugs. He would get high. He was already paranoid. So he would get more paranoid. And then he would get up in the middle of the night and they would hear, white night. Everybody to the pavilion for a white night. Thank you, Aziz. Venezuela. And so they all had to go to the pavilion. It didn't matter if you was sleepy. It didn't matter if you was tired. It didn't matter if you was a baby. Everybody was there. And he would drone on and on and on for hours and hours and hours. And I'm out of water and I need to take this pill. It ain't gonna take but 2 seconds. Hold on. Yeah, at the time, remind you, this was the 70s, the Cold War and shit. Everybody was scared of the communists, and Ghana thought they was being smart. Oh, was they mistaken? So he sits up here and he drones on for hours and hours and hours, and then at the end of the White Knight session, he made everybody line up and drink the Flavor Aid. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Jones was too cheap to buy Kool-Aid. So he bought Flavor Aid in bulk. If you go back to any of those, they have reels because Jones used to send reels back to the States. Like they would rig everything up to make it look like it was awesome. This is before they started sending everybody over there. This is on one of Jones's visits. Yeah, the only reason they say Kool-Aid is because it was a name brand and it was catchier than Flavor Aid. So every time they had a White Night, they would go through this process and they would drink the drink at the end. And the only way the White Night ended was for everybody to drink the drink. Now, see, they was used to Jones ranting about somebody trying to kill him. You know, it was always these mysterious assassination attempts, but nobody ever called the police. They only ever happened around loyal cult members, never around the public. Just like them fake healings when the news came sniffing around, stopped happening. He couldn't do it in Jonestown because he ain't had no toilet for the accomplice to conveniently slip into. Okay, so nobody knows who shot Jim Jones. They figure it might have been one of his. Okay, they figure it might have been one of his loyalists But see, a whole lot of that conspiracy stuff behind the Jonestown thing has been debunked because, hold on, because I don't want to leave y'all on a cliffhanger. I don't know how long Taz is gonna stay. If you go and read the book you want to read is Road to Jonestown. If you don't want to buy it, I have a Scribd account. I'll get a free month, but when you use my link, you get 2 free months. They got Road to Jonestown on book form and on PDF form and on audio form. So, you know, you can pop it in and listen to it while you're doing something else. But hold on. I done clicked the wrong link. I'm gonna throw it in the chat if y'all interested. If not, okay. So now, mind you, this has been going on for months. He was doing White Nights before they got to Jonestown, when they were still up in Redwood and San Francisco and LA. And you let Hal Jones, all them places. He had his wife. Him and his wife was alternating Redwood. No, him and his wife was alternating LA and San Diego. And he had one of his main preachers doing Redwood. And but no, back to the conspiracy thing. If you listen to any of these if you listen to Road to Jonestown, one of the guys was like, it was like eerie. Ryan was out there. Okay, Ryan went out there to check on the people because of the Concerned Parents organization. Yeah, defrauding charlatans. So but that's not when they did it the last time. That's where the phrase came from. So it stormed. They say it stormed real bad, like out of nowhere. That's one. 2, this is the tropics. Remember, they was clearing out straight rainforest. They did a drill on Leo Ryan. Jones was so freaking paranoid because, see, if he'd have just gave the little boy up, that one child, they probably would have still been over there. If Jones didn't force people to stay, because when Ryan showed up, do you know how many people actually wanted to leave with him? Guess. Out of them 900 and something people that was there, guess how many wanted to leave with Senator Ryan and the Concerned Parents organization? Taz, you ain't supposed to tell. That was for everybody else. Listen, Star Child. No, listen. Don't make no assumptions. Listen. Now, it stormed hella bad. It's muddy. Now, mind you, the night before, they done put on the show. You can actually see it on YouTube. The recording from the night that Senator Ryan was there, and he was saying how great of a community it was. Well, in the meantime, in between time, a couple of people, me and you about the only ones that know this story right now. Meanwhile, a couple of people had sneaked and told that they wanted to leave. Now, mind you, this one family, they was like, Ryan is our chance to escape, but not in the way everybody else did. That morning before the massacre, them motherfuckers hauled ass through the jungle. They got lost and met up with a native, and the natives were used to coming to Jonestown for medical care. So they got taken, what was it? It was a place down the river from Jonestown where they got their supplies shipped off to. So somebody got them there, and then they got them to Georgetown from there. But to the airstrip, and then they flew to Georgetown. But 25 people total told Jones they wanted to leave. Now, when they got on the truck, they had a flatbed attached to a tractor because these was dirt roads. And remind you, I said it was raining hella bad. They was like, Port Kaituma. So they hitched the truck up and they finna go to Port Kaituma. And first, This woman comes running and she's screaming, "You can't take my kids." Her husband was finna take the kids and haul ass. So Ryan was like, look, because she was screaming, the children was hollering, it was chaos. This other dude came up and he was like, he wanted to leave too. And all the people on the trailer said, no, he is a Jim Jones loyalist. He does not need to go with us. Mind you, it's chaos because you got the father, the children, the child, and then you got Jones there, and he already on edge. You got his lawyer there trying to mediate a little bit. You got Senator Ryan. You got the various news crews. They didn't let the concerned parents come. They were staying at a hotel in Georgetown. Now, while all of this is going on, no, before they hitched up the trailer to leave, because Ryan was going to stay another night. He was like, well, I might stay another night and see if it's some more people that want to leave. So they were sitting there talking under the pavilion, and all of a sudden this dude comes up and grabs Jim Jones, and he got a knife to his neck. Not Jim Jones, Senator Ryan. He got a knife to his neck, drawing blood, but he didn't cut his throat. The two lawyers was behind him, and they grabbed him and pulled him off. And Jones looked at Senator Ryan and said, this changes everything, doesn't it? And Ryan says it doesn't necessarily have to. You know, I just want him prosecuted or whatever. So they went and locked the dude up in one of the huts. Ryan changed his mind about staying the night. I don't blame him. He should have listened to the members, though. See, this is the thing people always get wrong about cults. Oh, I done had Chuck on mute this whole time. My bad, Chuck. I'm about done. But they get ready to leave. The parent, the mother, the father, mother's children situation started. Dude comes up and he's like, he want to leave too. And Senator Ryan's like, well, such and such stay here, and he gonna negotiate. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to start flying the defectors out because it was more than they planned for. And they only had a prop plane that held like 12. Either way, it wasn't enough. So they had somebody radio Port Khartoum to radio George. No, they had somebody radio Georgetown to tell them they needed another plane. They got another plane. Then they got to the airstrip. They sitting up there fussing over who needed to go first. All the defectors like, we want to go now. The news people like, we got deadlines to meet. We got to go. NBC6 decides to interview Ryan on the tarmac. Now, mind you, the dude that everybody was hollering about got in the first plane, the prop plane. He gets in the prop plane. They didn't want him to get on. So Senator Ryan patted him down, but not well enough, as you will see coming up. So they out there doing the interview with NBC6, and a trailer pulls up. Another trailer with a tractor pulls up, and it's got some people on it, and they have automatic weapons, and they shoot the fuck up out the airmat. But they were aiming for Senator Ryan. Okay. They shot Senator Ryan. They shot him a couple of extra times to make sure he was dead. They killed a couple of the NBC, one NBC correspondent in particular, but they killed a couple of people that day, wounded a couple of others. The dude that everybody was hollering about, he was in the little plane with a couple of the defectors. So when he pulled out the gun and he was finna try to shoot, because the plane got fucked up, what was supposed to happen was they was all supposed to get on the plane. They was going to get in the air, and then he was going to shoot the pilot, and they was all supposed to crash out. Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can see the actual attack on YouTube. They were interviewing Senator Ryan when the truck pulled up with the people. Now, the defectors in the prop plane, in the little plane, they wrestled him down and subdued him, the one dude that everybody was hollering about. Some of the defectors ran off into the jungle, and then others was some people tried to pull the wounded out of the way or whatever. One survived by playing dead when they was coming by checking to make sure Senator Ryan was dead. Then they hopped back on their little tractor and drove back to Jonestown. Okay. Right down the airstrip at Port Khartoum, it was 2 Guyanese soldiers in their little truck. And they watched the whole thing. And they said, we was going to go help, but we saw it was Americans and Americans, and we didn't want to get blamed for nothing. So we stayed where we was at. Soon as the little people drove off, they went over there to see what they could do, which was not much. Remember, this was the 70s. That prop plane took the fuck off and was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. They didn't even stop to see if they could get one more person on that motherfucker. The pilot from the other plane jumped in that plane with that pilot, and they took the fuck off. So they radioed in though. Now, meanwhile, while this is happening, around the same time that the trucks, because that 6 miles took about an hour to get from Jonestown to the airstrip. And somebody called the house in Georgetown, and not Jim Jones. He didn't name his own biological son Jim Jones. He named his Black adopted son Jim Jones Jr. And he named his biological son Stephen. Stephen answered the phone. Thank God. He got the word. It was his father on the phone, Jim Jones. And he told him, basically, this ain't a drill. This is the real deal this time. And he was like, isn't there any other way? And he was like, no, this is what's to be done. So one of Jim Jones' loyalists was in that house. She heard the phone call. It was this guy that was there. He was a retired vet, but he wasn't smart. The lights was on, but wasn't nobody home. He was friendly enough, but he'll do what you tell him to do. So Stephen told the rest of the folk in the house, because there was a couple of other grown people there. He told them to watch the lady and him. He got him and a couple of, because they were that Stephen Jones and the basketball team, who was most of the regular security, was in Georgetown for a basketball tournament. Jim Jones didn't want them to go because he was in his paranoid mode. But Stephen's mother, talked him into letting them go, saying it'd be good press because they were supposed to do an exhibition game with the Ghana team. So they was in Jonestown. They was in Georgetown when this happened. Stephen and his crew took off to the hotel. First, they tried the consulate. Wasn't nobody there. They was trying to figure out what was going on. So then they ran to the hotel. The concerned parents was there, and when Stephen Jones bust in, they thought they was there for a hit. They thought they was finna kill him. So it took a minute to sort out the confusion. They were like, have y'all heard from, because the plane was already late. And they were like, have y'all heard from them? Everybody was like, no, we ain't heard nothing. So he bust out of there and run back to the house. But before he got there, the loyalists had took her kids, and that man that was nice enough, but he just do what you told him, into the bathroom. She killed her kids, and she had him help her kill her kids. And when Stephen and them got back, because the rest of they didn't know, something happened and something distracted them. And in that flash second, when they got distracted, she hustled them all into the bathroom. So when they got there, they bust the door open. All of them was dead except for 2. The guy and the 8-year-old daughter. And he was half-ass stabbing her. So Stephen them grabbed him off of her. They subdued him. They got the girl to the hospital. They called the police, and the police went up there. So then, hold on. So then, meanwhile, parallel, go back to Jonestown. Soon as those trucks had left out good, that first truck with Senator Ryan on it, and then that second truck following, because the target the whole time was supposed to be Senator Ryan. Okay. Soon as them trucks was out of sight good, Jim Jones starts with his spiel. White night, white night. Everybody ready for a white night? Everybody at the pavilion for white night. Goes on for a little while. They hustle everybody up to the pavilion. But something was different this time. Some people noticed. Some people were so damn tired they ain't noticed. You know, they had their first good meal in a while because Senator Ryan was there. Because as with anything, when you know some kind of person that can fuck up your shit coming, you gonna clean up and you gonna put on your best face. So while everybody gathering at the pavilion, Jones is telling his core group to go on ahead and mix up the poison into the vats. And one of the girls was like, we still don't have it right yet, so it's bitter. How the fuck you know it's bitter? You been testing it on somebody? So he goes in and he starts this spiel. It's this one lady and she's like, wherever there's hope, there's life. And I'm going to tell y'all, it ain't for the faint of heart. But go and listen because it's on YouTube. Last day of Jonestown. And listen to this woman sit up there and try to stand up for all of them. And everybody shouts her down. She was like, we can still call Russia. You ain't called Russia? Just shut her up. He said, yeah, somebody go call Russia. Wasn't nobody calling shit. Do you know how they ensured that the adults took it? If they didn't force it on them? They started with the babies. They made the mothers hold the babies while they fed it to them in a goddamn syringe. And the first baby started screaming and everybody started nutting up. Now here goes the key. Steven and most of the basketball team were on the security squad, but they were not there because they were in Jonestown. So the security guards that were there were Jones loyalists. If you tried to leave, they was going to shoot you. They feed the stuff to the baby. The mother sees her baby writhing in agony, foaming at the mouth. And you realize you just let somebody do this to your child and there's no going back. And you think that the U.S. government is coming to kill you all because Jones has been feeding you his paranoid delusions while you are deprived of sleep, food, and work to your physical capacity, which suffers it what's the word I'm looking for here? It scrambles your cognitive thinking. Those are the main brainwashing tools of cults once you get in deep enough. Starvation, deprivation, brainwashing. Okay. They started with the handheld babies and the toddlers and shit. That's 300 and something right there. People started resisting, and the security guards just held the guns at them, shot a couple, for example. Remember I was telling y'all earlier about the 3 suitcases of money and the 3 dudes they had to take it? Well, one of the dudes, he was planning to dip off with his wife and child. They stopped him on his way to the pavilion and said, Jones needs you for something. This was one of Jones' core people. They took him to one of the huts, and there was the money and the gold. And he was like, this is heavy. Why don't I go ask Jones, can we use one of the trucks to take us at least up to Port Khartoum, you know, so we can get to the embassy fast? You know, La Revolution. We're going to go take this money to the Russians before we kill ourselves. And if you listen to the audio, you can hear Jones, and he sounds like his tongue is swollen in his mouth. And you hear him say, with absolutely no context, mother, please. Mother, please. They're not suffering anymore. Who was he talking to? He was talking to his wife, that when she saw what he was doing, started to protest. She would not participate, but she stood there and she watched, because at that point she knew she couldn't help the babies, because she always really wanted to do the work, and she thought she was gonna be the helpmate of a great man. And in the 70s, you didn't just leave your husband, even if he is fucking everything moving, male and female. So they gave it to him in cups. If they would not take it in the cups, they injected it into him. One guy walked up to the edge of the jungle, and there was a guard there. And he looked at the guard and he said, I don't want to die. And the guard threw out his hand and said, have a nice life. That's the one that got lost in the jungle and got found by one of the natives. The natives used to come to Jonestown regularly. The natives used to drop their babies off there because they thought their babies would have a better life. So not only the babies that they brought over there with them, not only the babies that were birthed over there, but some of the indigenous people's babies were among those 300. Okay. So word gets back to Jonestown. Plane comes out to get the survivors. Meanwhile, they had went to the air tower and patched the survivors up as best they could. You welcome, Wealth Initiative. I haven't been reading the comments because I have to concentrate to keep this in order. Y'all still there, right?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So the plane came, took the survivors, the injured, and that dude that didn't nobody want to go with them in the first place, all back to Georgetown. The Ghana government, the Ghana police force went out there and they counted 300 bodies. Now, mind you, remember what I told you at the beginning of this. This is the tropics. This is the rainforest. And there was a really bad storm. They got out there and wasn't no gold. That was gone. The 3 dudes that left the suitcases, they showed them where they was at. They were still there. That was later though. The Ghana troops went out there, counted up 300 bodies. That leaves 600 unaccounted for. Ghana thinks that the Jonestown's followers are in the rainforest, getting ready to do some type of militia movement. So, U.S. Senator died. Military, U.S. got to be involved. They shipped them over there. The Ghana troops went over there twice because when they did the first count, and then ain't no armed Jonestown followers, guerrilla group jumping out the jungle at nobody. So where they at? They sent the Ghana troops back out there to do another count. And if I'm not mistaken, they came up with 500 and something or 600 and something, somewhere around that number. I don't have any notes in front of me right now. I'm just freestyling this. The U.S. troops get out there because the Ghana troops started the process with the survivors of going through and tagging all the bodies, you know, and making sure that they were labeled so that they could, you know, keep track of who was who so they could get them back to their loved ones. U.S. troops get out there. They start bagging the bodies up. You know, the tags then got messed up because I believe it rained in somewhere in between that time again. And if for those of you that are wondering why I keep emphasizing rainforest and rain, that's one of the fastest places that decomposition happens. So yeah. So U.S. troops get out there. They start bagging up the bodies in body bags and trying to label them, you know, trying to be respectful of the dead, except for Jim Jones. You know, fuck that nigga. And as they start bagging the bodies up, they realize that the bodies were stacked like corkwood. They found the second layer. But when they went past that, they found a third layer and a fourth layer. See, the babies died first, and the little children and their mothers, and they put them down first, and then they just started stacking them on top of them. By the time they was done, and they accounted, because the little dude that ran off by, the one that said, I don't want to die and ran off by himself, I think he was lost in the jungle for like a day. And then, you know, he met up with the native and they got him to Port Khartoum. And from there, they got him out to Georgetown. Hey, Levon. But by the time they got in there, somebody had obviously been through. Speculation is it was the indigenous people that lived in the rainforest because they already had a problem with them taking stuff. So if they came and they saw everybody dead, free pickings. Nobody knows where the gold went. It never showed up again. But it was a good sized pile of mini gold bars. Yeah. Stephen called the People's Temple in Redwood every hour on the hour that night and kept telling them and ministering to them and telling them they did not have to kill themselves. And they said out of their mouth, if Stephen hadn't have done that, they'd all be dead with the rest of them. Hey, Allure, peace and welcome. If I missed anybody in the chat, peace, welcome. Pull up a chair, grab something to drink. You know, we all chilling. But the guy that didn't nobody want to go with him, he is the only person that actually ended up being prosecuted. Hey, Lane. He's the only one that ever got prosecuted. The guy that was in the bathroom, he was proved. Stephen stood character witness for him. And they got him off because literally they were like, you told him to do something and he go do it. Something happened to him in the war and he was basically benign unless somebody tried to weaponize him. And I don't think he was trying too hard because it was an 8-year-old that she set him on. And she did her teenage daughter and like 2 more littles before they got the door open. So yeah, I don't think he was trying too hard. Hold on one sec. I'm almost done. Okay. So a couple of they tried to couple one girl, she hauled butt. Remember I told y'all they had girls in Jonestown doing honeypot? Oh, I'm just going through the Jonestown massacre in the sequence right now. But Chuck is up here, and we finna play a video from him. I'm just doing a recap because I was filling in, and now everybody wants to hear the rest. But old boy went to jail. He just got, I think that he either just got released or he went up for parole recently. And there was a big protest not to let him out amongst the Jim Jones. Like the Jim Jones survivors showed up and showed out, and they was like, hell no. Jim Jones Jr. is a preacher. Some of the survivors get together every year for the memorial. And yeah, the conspiracy theory is that there was audio of somebody because the massacre was pretty much recorded. So yeah. Okay, Chuck, you still with me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm finna play this video.
But let me set up the storyline.
Okay.
All right, real fast.
Before you do that, I just want to I gotta go, so I just want to say goodbye to y'all.
Okay, Prime. Thanks for sticking around this long,
right,
and
brother.
thank you for your input and insight.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay, so this video was a direct response to Prince York and a Nuwaubian who has a show on YouTube called himself Nuwaubian Assassin.
Not the Nuwaubian Assassin.
Yeah. So Prince went on that show. I'm sorry, Ramesses. I'm called Prince. Ramesses went on that show with some nonsense that I chopped it up and I dealt with each point that he made. So by the time we get to this one here, we're talking about the witness tampering that took place because the person who actually worked on behalf of the Nuwaubians to try to convince Tariq Noel to recant his statement, he's on the live and he talks about what he did, why he did it, and who told him to do it. So the video, what we're going to listen to now is the dialogue that I and Tariq have as I'm reading the transcripts, the sealed transcripts. My reading is of Adrian Patrick, and he's cross-examining Tariq Noel, who's reading along as himself. And just wanted people to get to hear what was taking place here because, well, you'll get the full story, and you can, matter of fact, you can let it go because the guy he comes on shortly thereafter. But we'll just play it and we'll see what happens.
Okay, let me say this first, and I'm gonna be brief because they was talking about York and they were talking about David Koresh in the chat. Mm-hmm. Look, the reason that they did not try to raid Tamaray is because they were afraid of another Waco.
Yes.
They were afraid of another Waco. That's why they made sure that they took York off the compound. Mm-hmm. When he made his run for the border, they surrounded him right down the road.
Yeah, they made sure they did that. And they did that very well.
And that is the most coordinated government effort I have ever heard of before in my life.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he saved a lot of lives that day.
That was the adopted son, Ramil. The real son said he always knew his daddy was full of shit because he got to see what he was telling the outside, and because they both explained it. The adopted son said he was blinded by it because he was so grateful, that somebody had picked him. But the natural son, he didn't have that gratitude, and he was disillusioned with Jim Jones early on. Who sets their son up to do an assassination tip on him? Tell him he gonna make sure don't nobody shoot him, and then they start lighting up the tree where he at. But we gonna get back to this one right here. I'm gonna play it Because I talk about this all. I go on from one to one all day long.
The lawyers that nothing happened, so they're trying to
put a one in the chat if y'all can hear that.
Reading the transcript through the cross-examination. So this is you know, what we're gonna do now is
Chuck,
pretty much
hear it?
put everything into perspective of what they was trying to, you know,
yes, very clear. But just turn it up just a little bit more.
Things out, and we're gonna, you know, kind of read it to you from what we have that they didn't.
That's as high as it goes.
Stuff like that.
All right, that's clear. So in the transcript, in your testimony, at the trial, this is your testimony. When Adrian Patrick was cross-examining, he says, now you this is a question to you from Adrian Patrick. Now, you indicated that you had a meeting with Manny Aurora, correct? Yes, sir. 2 meetings, correct? Yes, sir. Now, you mentioned Wilford Buckley, correct? Yes, sir. He lived in Macon, Georgia, correct? Yes. And the meeting took place in Atlanta or Stone Mountain, Georgia, correct? Yes. At a Waffle House, at a Waffle King. Yes. All off of Memorial Drive, right. Now, Wilford Buckley, that's for those who need to know, Wilford Buckley is Taharka. I don't know why I keep getting that name. Yeah, that was Taharka. Yeah, he was there. And I said, now, Wilford Buckley is your uncle. No. Or your sister. He is a child by your sister. He has a child by your sister. Answer. My father is not her biological father, but he raised her from when she was young. So, question. I'm sorry. In that aspect, this is Agent Patrick talking. Now, she's family. And you said, well, let's just read that here. All right. Now, your real father lives in Atlanta, correct? Yes. All right. Okay. Now, Wilford Buckley picked you up. William Buckley picked up your father from Augusta Drive in Atlanta to pick you up, correct? Answer. I just know from when he was at Atlanta, he had him, my father, in the car. I apologize. This is what he's saying. Question. I apologize. Answer. Okay. Wilford Buckley and your real father were in a car, and you were living with your mother, Barbara Noel, correct? Yes. You came out of the house with Barbara Noel and got in the car with Wilford Buckley and drove to meet Manny Aurora, York's lawyer, correct? I put that part in, man, because everybody knows Manny Aurora was York's lawyer. Yes. All right. You're saying your mother didn't know where you were going, correct? My mother knew I went out, but she didn't know that that was going on. Okay. Tariq, do you see it? Do you have? Because you can read it too.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the page though.
That's page 1365.
Okay, I'm on 1365.
Yeah, 1365. But she saw you with Wilford Buckley and your father. You would assume she saw me spending time with my father. All right. Now, on the second occasion, a similar thing happened. Notice what Agent Patrick is doing here. He's not even focusing on the first meeting. He's focusing on the second. Your father was there. Wilford Buckley was there. Yes? Answer yes. You were at your mother's house, Barbara Noel's house. You came out and went back again to meet Manny Aurora, correct? Answer. Are you asking, was I still living? And a question. You weren't living with your mother at
the time. Yeah.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
All right. Let me read Agent Patrick, and you answer. Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. All right. We'll do it. I'll do A and you do Q. All right. I'm A. Q. My question is, on the second trip, the same thing happened. The second meeting, the same thing happened. Wilford Buckley, your father, and you went back again to meet Manny Aurora, correct?
Yes.
All right. On the second occasion, when you were speaking with Manny Aurora and the investigator Joel Bigatti, you indicated that you said about the defendant molesting you was not true, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Manny Aurora told you all he is interested in is the truth? that he asked you that numerous times, probably about 15 times, is that all I want is for you to tell the truth? That is all I'm interested in. And you said it did not happen because my mother pressured me to say it. Isn't that true?
Repeat the question.
This is like a play, but this is literally what's the dialogue between
This
Adrian
is
Patrick.
the transcript. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, this comes from the sealed transcript. Isn't it true that when you met Manny Aurora the second time?
The second time?
Okay, you stated that the defendant did not molest you, correct? That it was not true that the defendant molested you, correct?
Correct.
In some form or fashion.
That's what I stated.
That's what you stated. And Mr. Aurora repeatedly asked you about 15 times that all he's interested in is the truth, and he kept repeating that. All I want you to do is tell me the truth. Now, let me remind you that you were with your father, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you stated, no, it's not true, correct?
On the second day.
On the second day, right?
Yes.
That's what I mean, right?
Yes.
You stated the reason is because your mother, Barbara Noel, pressured you into making statements that the defendant molested you. Isn't that true?
Rephrase that one more time.
Isn't it true that you gave a reason why you said
the reason I gave?
Yes. Well, question. Well, you told Manny Aurora that the reason why you said the defendant molested you, even though it wasn't true, was because your mother, Barbara Noel, pressured you into saying that.
On the second time.
Yes. I'm only talking about the second time.
I can't recall exactly what I stated because on the second time, what I stated wasn't the truth.
Do you remember saying anything about your mother, Barbara Noel, pressuring you into making the statement on the second time?
That's the same question.
I'm saying at any time, did you say that?
Did I say that?
Yes, on the second time.
Could you rephrase it because I'm not seeing it as this? I'm seeing it as the same question because I'm seeing.
All right, let me try to ask you again. At any point, I'm talking about the second trip.
Okay.
When you met with Manny Aurora and the investigator Joe Bugatti, your father, and Wilford Buckley, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. That's your part.
Okay.
We've already established that you've indicated that you're saying that the defendant molesting you wasn't true. You've got that clear, correct, on the second trip.
Yes.
Adrian Patrick is not concerned about the first trip because on the first trip with the same individuals, when they came to Tariq Noel, they got him to say, they asked him, were you molested? We want you to say that you were not molested. And Tariq on the first trip insisted and maintained that he was molested by Malachi York. And this is where Abdul Basit comes in, and I want you to play that recording.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, this whole segment is trying to point out, that that there was a situation where I told the lawyers that nothing happened. So that this came up in the court case, and this whole ordeal is when there was, as far as tampering with the witness, there was the Nuwaubian people were trying to get the victims to change their statements. The one that was going to testify, you know, there was every kind of attempt to try to get them free. So some of those avenues led to them trying to, the people you grew up with try to befriend you and try to get you to, change your statement and look at the greater good. So this incident is where, my father and then somebody from the community that I knew, came to me, approached me before the case. They basically told me that my mom, you know, could get locked up, my sister could get locked up if this goes to trial, because they lawyers, that the defense lawyers had dirt on them that they can, you know, to try to use and put them in, that they can go to jail. And then so they was telling me, you know, I could meet up with their lawyers and basically find a way not to testify. So that was the whole initial, my thoughts of going to meet with the lawyer, because there was like, oh, I'm not even telling you all the stuff that they got, but just this and that. Some these are the reasons that they could be arrested if it goes to trial. So then, you know, then it was like, well, you know, if I don't testify, then, you know, they're not gonna they're gonna discredit everybody else and this, and they won't have a case. So it was like, by doing this, then I'll avoid them from being my sister and my mom from being locked up if this goes to trial based on the evidence that or whatever dirt that they thought that they had on them. So the meeting was to go meet up.
I think there's a lag on your
lawyers and try to find a way.
Yeah, it might be.
That was the you know, what the impression I was under. So when I went there, we met at the restaurant and everything like that, and you know, they started, you know, talking to me, asking me my name and all this stuff, and then they basically started an interview process, you know. And you know, I'm not aware, like, so I just told them the truth. I just gave them the answers to what they was asking me.
The first
you know,
meeting,
so then,
the first meeting, they were not satisfied with your answers.
Yeah, because after the meeting, we come back in the car, and then like Sahak is basically saying like, yo, like he came at me like, oh, like, not came at me, but he was he was like basically like I went in there and did it on purpose. Like I went and told the truth on purpose, like to just, you know, like I wasn't going along with the plan and this and that, because they didn't, you know, they try to like
Chuck, let me pause this for a sec because I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say nothing yet. I'm just gonna ask you a question. Is it possible that somebody besides York was helping get Polite that bookstore, like some close family member?
It's possible. I don't know.
Okay, I might have more, but that's all. I'm gonna start the video back. I just needed to know that.
All right. Oh, real fast. The question: where was I doing the raid? I was living in Baltimore, running my store.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I was living in Baltimore because the question was, where were you doing the raid? I was living in Baltimore at my store, me and my girl. That was all. I just wanted to answer Jaded question because it's been up here for a while.
Yeah, no problem. I'm finna start the video back up.
Okay, I gotta go upstairs and I'm gonna come right back, but keep it going. I'm gonna be listening.
Okay. All right. Oh, I ain't sleeping no more. I done got my second win.
Oh, good. I just took a no-dose. I'm all right now.
It's a marathon. UG, we ain't forgot about you, Playboy. George, we know you still here because you came in earlier. Go tell Eugene we talking about him. We finna get the video started back up.
Fearmonger me into doing it, but they really didn't direct me on what to say particularly. They just probably assumed like I knew I was supposed to lie and not make it up. That's not what I was going there to do. I was going there to find a reason, or a way for not to testify or to get out of the court case, because, you know, like at that time I was subpoenaed to go to court. So like I'm meeting up with the lawyers to see if there's a way I don't have to testify. Not saying nothing happened to me, nothing like that. So when they interviewed me, I told them the truth. So then Tahaka and basically, you know, my dad was there, but Tahaka basically let me know, like, hey, like, you gotta say nothing happened. This is the way you gotta do it. So then we met up with them the second time, and then that's what we was kind of reading from and all that.
Yes, and for the record, what this amounts to, I don't know if people are catching this, and it should have been brought out of the trial, is that Tariq Noel is the victim of coercion by the Nawapian Wilford Buckley, aka Brother Taharka. That's witness tampering. We actually could have pressed charges on him, but you know, because he has a children by my sister, like, or my stepsister, you know. So like through just with you know, just because, you know, like he has children with people in my family, you know what I'm saying, like we didn't, like my family didn't go after him, you know what I'm saying, but we could have. Yeah. You know, and because that was a witness tampering. Exactly, and that's part of why Abdul Basit wasn't called to the stand, because that would have been something brought out as well. And then somebody would have to explain, well, why is Malachi York's attorney meeting with a victim and trying to get them to change their statements and even bribing you by giving or offering you baseball tickets?
Yeah, because they offered me baseball tickets, and because I don't really, like, I'm not really into like baseball like that, so I didn't accept them. Like, I was like, nah, I'm not, you know, I'm not really, you know,
okay.
I wouldn't even go, you know.
Okay, Amadi, can you play that?
Okay, what happened after the old man got arrested and stuff, and they realized that Tariq was involved and he's one of the guys who's going to be a witness, they contacted me, right? I guess the old man sent a message to me, going, you know, that's my son. One of the brothers came and got me and said, well, you know, they need me to get in touch with Tariq and see if I can get him to renege his statement and, you know, see that these things never happened to him. So, Brother Tahaka, that was my son-in-law at that time, but he was married to my daughter. Yeah. So, at that time I didn't have a car, so I think one of the brothers come pick me up. And me and Tahaka was cool, so we went over at Tariq's, at his mom's house, and got him. I told his mom I'm taking him out for a while. She really didn't know what was going on. So we took him out and we showed exactly what some of the stuff when they said that well Tahaka did most of the talking, you know, and he was just you know, we started telling him, you know, like things like what he was saying, like they had some stuff on his mom, and if he said that nothing happened, then they will have to go to court and this and that, things like that, you know. So, just hold on for a second. Yeah. We have on a phone call, y'all. Just be quiet, okay? Yeah. So it's before that, they wanted I'm trying to figure out which time, because I did run out to the office, the lawyer's office, Manuel and Garland. Yeah. His name. Yeah. I went down to the office. I'm trying to figure if I had talked to Tariq before that, or if I went down to the office after. But I'm not quite sure. I got to rake my mind to figure out if I was down there first, or if I had talked to Tariq first. But all I'm saying, when we spoke to him, we organized with them to meet us. I think it was somewhere close to the house where Tariq was living. So I think Manuel was there, and I'm not sure who else. I think I'm not sure if the investigator was there at that time. I'm not sure. I think he was there the second time, but I'm not sure he was there the first time. So, I mean, me and Tariq, well, we wasn't really, he really didn't never know me, you know. He only met me, I think, once in the line when his mom told him. I told him of his dad, so we never really had no relationship. So, when I went over there, I tried to convince him. I said, your mom is not going to get no. If you say that this stuff didn't happen, your mom wouldn't get in trouble. Which means I knew, right? I knew what our mission was. We knew what our mission. Our mission was to go there to convince him to change his story, right? Mm-hmm. To tell him that if you say that these things ever happen, then his mom will never get no trouble and stuff like that. So that's basically what we did. But what happened when we met with them the first time? Well, we didn't actually sit in with them. We just sat on a table next. So when they was asking a question, he told them exactly what happened. He did tell them the truth, right? The first time. So when after that we talked to them, they said, "Well, this is what he said." Then they said, "Oh shit!" So I went back again and get him to come back a second time to tell him, "Well, that's not what you were supposed to tell him. You're supposed to tell them these things never happen."
So the first time that y'all sat down with Manny Aurora and Yorks' legal counsel, which I don't think is something that wouldn't that be considered like tampering with a witness?
Well, I mean, at that time, nobody knew that that's what we was doing. But at the time, that's why they called me in, because remember, I've been in the community since 1978. Uh-huh. That was my whole life. All my kids was born and raised in it. Mm-hmm. So when I hear, my understanding was like this. This is what I was thinking. We was always taught everything was about a mission. Right. Everything was about a mission. So I'm like, the ones of the few ain't go outweigh the ones of the many. Which means like if 10 people, you know what I'm saying? If you have a choice of saving 500 people and 10 people, I'm saving the 500. Mm-hmm. See? So at that time, just like all of us in the beginning, we was all for, trying to prove that these things never happened. That's a lie. It was just that's how we felt at the time. And at that time, I was closely linked with the community myself. That was my whole life,
Yeah. So the first time y'all sat down with Yorks' legal counsel, yes, Tadic told the truth that they were molested. Let me make this clear, that he was molested.
Yes, he did. That's what he told him. But you see, we wasn't actually sitting on the table with him. But after we asked him what happened, because when we spoke to him before, we tried to tell him, listen, this is what you got to tell him, right? Mm-hmm. But for some reason, when they came and spoke to him, he just told them the truth. He just told them what happened, that he was molested and all the details. So when they told us about that, we said, no, this we gotta correct that. So we went back again a second time. I'm not sure it was the next, but we got in touch with him a second time. And this time, the investigator was with him. Mm-hmm. And that's when he told them that it wasn't true and he just made it up because so and so. And that's what the story we told him to tell them. And that's what he told them.
So let's be clear. So the second time,
yes, I hear it.
Well, initially it was designed to get Tadic to say that he was not molested, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the first time Tadic didn't do that, he maintained that he was molested.
Yes.
Okay. So the second time y'all got together and tried to get him to change it, which he in turn did, and that's when all this paperwork was put up.
Yes. I guess that's what they're talking about when he said that he was molested and that he was not molested. That's the second time. We met with them twice.
Okay.
We met with them twice.
Do you remember where?
Chuck, we got a question. Hey, Truthist. It says, is that saying that York molested his biological son?
No, what this can you hear me?
Yeah.
What this interview is like when it started off, Tariq and I were reading the transcripts, and Adrian Patrick was talking about the second one, trying to leave the opinion in the juror's mind is that Tariq was recanting his statement, but he was ignoring and not commenting on the first meeting. So that's what this whole dialogue is about. And the individual speaking was the person who was trying to get Tariq to change his statement by saying that, well, if your mother, if you would just say that nothing happened, Barbara Noel won't get in trouble and they won't arrest her or anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So no, this is not talking about York's son. No. No, this is not talking about York's son.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure when we stopped it right there and just made sure we got clarification on that.
Got it. So Tariq Noel, no, that's not. No, Tariq is not York's biological son. No. Hi, Barbara. Glad to see you. This is like a marathon. This is an unexpected marathon. We've been on this thing all day and then all night. This is deep. I don't think I had an hour of sleep.
Oh, Chuck got in his indignant Ned Flanders mode, and it's been on ever since. Right? Golly, those new Wapians.
Right on.
Hopping man. Let's continue.
Right.
We got clarification. Everybody good on the explanation? Good. Okay, let's continue.
Oh man, no, I don't. I want to ask him about that. I know he was living on oh gosh, it's between I think it's Snap. No, it wasn't Snapfinger.
Yeah, never mind.
It was even in the outskirts of Atlanta. That's probably more known.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think we met in a restaurant or McDonald's or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it was. You know?
Okay.
I'm not, but yeah.
All right. All right. And so, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think the second time when the investigator was there, she had offering some tickets, baseball tickets or something. Right, you give me some baseball tickets.
Yes.
And I think that's what caused me not to testify, because I was going to testify.
You were going to testify on behalf of who?
I was going to testify on behalf of Malachi. Because I was going to tell them, oh, Tariq told me.
Chuck, is that a coincidence?
What?
Barbara, this is Shirley. Hold on. No wonder can't nobody hear me. I done dropped my headphones and didn't even know it. I said, is that a coincidence or am I just tripping from lack of sleep?
About what?
Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley in the chat.
Oh, yeah. That's Tariq Noel's mother. Yeah.
Hi. I've never actually spoken to you before. I hope you're doing well. And Tariq looks like he's doing better since the last time I talked to him.
Oh, yeah.
If you would like, you can hop in. The link is at the top of the chat. Your last name just called. I was like, hold on, that's too much of a coincidence.
I know, it's crazy, ain't it?
Yes. I told y'all, divine intervention. Feminists, the positive thoughts are working. Keep sending them out.
Yeah.
Polite update on the website. No change yet. Excuse me. And we gonna continue with this audio. Chuck, this audio messing me up because I keep thinking that be you when you get. I keep thinking it's you now when you get louder.
Oh yeah.
I'm ready to stop it.
Yeah.
But let's
continue. I was wide awake that day.
Let's continue.
Right, and I was going to back up what the conversation he had with the Lord Plum a second time, right? That he was unmolested. You see? So what happened? As a matter of fact, it was in Brunswick. I was in the courthouse. I was in the witness room, and the court case was going on. So one time we had a break for lunch. So when we went to lunch, I think it was what's the lawyer's name? Patrick.
Adrian Patrick.
Adrian Patrick. So I asked him. I said, "Listen now. So give me an idea. What's some of the questions you're going to ask me? Because we never when we was down in the house in Brunswick,
Hey, Chuck, I sent it already.
Okay.
Oh no, the prosecutor said that she was going to file an increase on bail, and there's one charge that is not yet reflected. Thank you, Barbara. Everybody in the chat, let's give Barbara a round of applause by a 1. Everybody put a 1 in the chat. But what was I saying? Oh, I don't remember. I was saying something. Legit brain fart. What was I saying? Oh,
yeah. What was that part?
Oh yeah.
Nat, go ahead.
If y'all don't believe this is divine intervention by now, we started out with Rob Rack throwing up, Judah and his Japanese tighty whities. Now the new YPN code is after Tahaka Bay. You can't make this mess up. All this kicked off from Polite being Mr. Nasty and trying to impersonate his spiritual father. Black Wealth, don't even worry about it. We don't worry about the halfway homeless. Barbara Noel has graced us with her presence.
Yeah, she was instrumental in
Lil
helping
Milk
take him down.
is behaving. Divine intervention, family. The positive energy is working. So let's keep on the positive energy. I'm going to mute myself and we're going to continue on with this video.
Oh, before you go there, keep in mind for the audience that's listening, the individual speaking, Barbara, I think this is Tarik's stepfather, and he's explaining how he, in trying to protect York, is trying to get Tarik to say that he was not molested on the second meeting, because on the first meeting he messed up by telling the truth, and that's not what they wanted to hear. So the Adrian Patrick, as the attorney for York, is focused on the second meeting to try to give the false impression that, oh, the Tariq actually recanted, which is what these idiots are running around trying to say now, because they've been trying to set the victims up and have them change their statements to try to free that weirdo York. And he's explaining to how he met with Adrian Patrick, trying to figure out what questions you're going to ask me, so we can have our little live put together. So Patrick was acting in accord with a level of deception as well. Pitiful.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
One of the brothers' house, when Patrick was in the sisters' house, a bunch of us went over there. There was so many people. He never really had time to go through all the testimony with everybody. So nobody really had time to really to prepare for a witness. So I asked him, I said, well, give me ideas, some of the questions you can ask, because we never really discussed anything. I told him what happened, but he never really told me, well, what we went over and questions and answers of how to approach it. And that's what it was down in the place. It's like nobody was really prepared. Just a bunch of people wanted to come and give testimony, but nobody was really, they never had time to prep the witnesses.
Yeah.
So I think when they went back to court, then they called me for some reason. After I found out that it came up in the cross-examination with Tariq, where the guy had offered him some tickets, right? The investigators giving some baseball tickets. So that was something like a bribe. So I guess I'm assuming that's the reason why they didn't call me. Nobody never said why they didn't call me.
They gave you baseball tickets?
No, they gave Tariq.
Okay.
The investigator. They offered him some baseball tickets.
Do you know who that investigator was?
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but he's in the transcripts.
Joel Bigatti.
They say that even when Prince York said last night that when they met with the lawyers met with the investigator, I forget the guy's name, but it's all the information is in the transcripts.
Okay.
It should be. It's in the transcripts.
Yeah, I'll go over it. Yeah.
So after that, I guess that was it. So we just had them on record saying that it never happened, and that's what we really wanted to get, right? Him on record saying it happened. But I was listening to Prince York last night. They're trying to make it. They're trying to turn it around, right? To say that that's what he said, but they never discussed the foot. They never discussed it was 2 times that they met, and it was 2 different instances. Because when he told them already the truth the first time, when we get to realize, when we talk to the lawyer, they realize that this is what they say to us, and we tell them we're gonna bring him back.
Yeah.
We brought him back again the second time. So actually, Manny and them knew what was going on because he told them they have his statement from the first time, and they have a statement from the second time. It's 2 different statements. I don't know if they ever brought out the first statement.
I don't think so.
They probably brought out the second statement, but we met with them twice. We met with them twice. And it's like, like everything else, and that in the beginning when I heard it, I mean, in my mind, I never had a relationship with Tariq.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I was still done with the mission. I was like, and I guess they figure if they knew I was his dad, so they sent to get me, so I could get him to change his testimony. And that was my mission. That's what I tried to do. That's what we actually did because we got him a record to say. But it's what's missing there is they realize that's why when he wrote the note to his mom, right? He was saying that he figured that he messed up because even though he tell him the truth the first time, the second time he tell him it didn't happen.
Oh, I see.
I could have heard. I could have swore I just heard somebody jump up here. Hey, Craig.
And they're using, and that's where they're using. They're omitting what initially took place, and they're promoting the setup which took place after the fact.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. This what this amounts to, and I mean, I'm not a legal scholar on this, but it sounds like they, even though the trial had not taken place yet, but this is like they were tampering with the witness, or at least a potential witness. Because if he is a witness of what took place, and then they're coercing him to change his statement and even offering bribes, this is witness tampering.
Well, that's exactly what happened, because my mission was to get him to change his statement. You see?
Yeah.
My mission, because he had already talked to the what do you call it? He had already the grand jury. I think they had already talked to the grand jury. So my mission was to. That's why they come and get me. my mission was to get him to change it. And even though me and him never in a relationship, but I went up in there like, hey man, I need to talk to you,
Yeah.
Because remember I only met him when he was like 9 or 10. At that time, he was a little older. He was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
When, as a matter of fact, he was going to high school when I went to visit him.
Yeah.
See, he already left the land and everything, and he was living with his mom.
Yeah. I see.
So, it's like, it's,
wow. Okay. Don't lose that point, but I just want to let you know that I have another phone right here, and everything that when I said go ahead is being recorded because I want to use this because I want to play it on the air to clear up the misinformation that Prince York was coming from.
Again, Tomas, who did it this time? Lord, they all falling. Dominoes. Just watch the show. Let's continue with the audio.
He's using the second interview,
right.
which was purposely designed to get Tadic to change his original statement that he was sexually molested by Malachi York and that he did witness others in the process.
Well, we never really had a discussion about him witnessing because anything go. Our whole thing was about, we never really got into all of that. My whole thing was like trying to tell him, listen, you know what I'm saying? Your mom and them was going to get in trouble. Mm-hmm. You see?
Did you initially?
Sorry
about that statement.
Yeah. No, I think Tahaka did.
Tahaka Bay. I'm sorry, wrong name.
Yeah, Wilford Buckley's his name. They call him Tahaka.
Okay. Yeah.
He's the one, but
Sorry, but I think she has a lag on her computer, so I hate the silence and trying to fill in until this thing comes back in.
Once this statement was made, I actually expounded on it, because remember we were.
I don't know what's wrong with this thing today. Let's pause it for a minute. Anybody got any questions for
Chuck?
Yeah,
go ahead, pause it.
What happened to Bay the Builder? Can he do it? Once again, he has showed us apparently not. The Black Panther Party, the new Black Panther Party pulled up to his crib. Are you serious?
Yeah, I really ain't got to. I'm just gonna let y'all know. After party at Wendy on my house.
Hey, at least they willing to speak out about it now. I mean, that's why I be like, don't be sitting up there saying stuff like that because they didn't have to come out and tell it because it is jacked up.
Right. But I appreciate the fact that at least he was honest enough to say that, yeah, we tried to get them, we were tampering with them. And the reason that was necessary, because if you watch the whole video, I have the audio of Prince making a statement that all of these people recanted, they didn't change their statements, but not giving context that they were being tricked. And some of them fell for it. And then once they got them to sign, say, an affidavit saying that this didn't happen, that didn't happen, they immediately took that and posted it on social media as a defense of York. And then people read that not knowing how these things came about, say, oh, so it was all fake.
Ooh.
So it was all a trick. It's a dirty trick.
He does, Tomas. He does. Domestic violence, child abuse. They flew out and pulled up, and he wouldn't pick up the phone. Oh, Builder Bay, you should have just let me have the damn interview. Better yet, you should have never recorded that girl without her permission. But yeah, I'm with Tomas. Chuck, keep going.
Yeah. So that was, I just wanted to have, later context on how this thing came about. I think Barbara was the one that was able to set me up to speak with him, and he agreed to let me record him so that we could clear this nonsense up.
Okay.
And the same thing happened with Habiba because, you know, she, you know, being raised and being so close to York, and, you know, the 135 years essentially is a death sentence. So she figured that maybe, you know, 20 years, but 135. And they played on that and got her to do that video to do for the congregation. And they took the video and put it on YouTube. And everybody's thinking that she recanted in a courtroom. That's what the implication is in that video, is that she's in court. And that's not the case. She did that for the Nuwaubians. And then when when Jonathan Mark, York's attorney, had questioned her on it, she stated that I lied to the Nuwaubians because I was feeling sorry for him. And I felt that, you know, everybody made a mistake and 135 years might have been kind of steep. And then subsequent to that, she's already come out, you know, really pissed off about it, on how they're trying to use that. And actually, that video was done in 2004, a few months after he was convicted. And in 2017, they're saying there's some new evidence to try to get York a new trial because Habiba Washington recanted. Shit that came out in 2004, and they're telling these dumb people who don't even know about this stuff that it's something new.
Venom said, hey, Venom, he said, does tampering with a witness on a felony have a statute of limitations?
That I don't know, and it'd be a good thing to look into because I think that this should be brought up because, again, the attorney for York was aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's part of the dirt that was going on with the cult, is that they were going out and trying to get everybody to prevent them from testifying. They even they dug up some pictures of Nikki and posted them. I don't know what that was supposed to do in regards to her testimony of what took place and what happened to her when she was a child, but trying to put some pictures of her online. And if you go and testify, we're going to post these pictures of her, which just happened to be her in, you know, nothing nude or nothing like that. But they figured
that's what cult members do, though. Like Jim Jones, he used to have people going through folk trash and scaring them, following them around, all kind of stuff. They suspect that the only guy that went to jail, they suspect, because everybody in the temple used to think he was a hitman. He was like rabid for Jones. But these are common cult tactics. When somebody tries to break away or somebody tries to tell, they try to use intimidation tactics of various kinds.
Yeah.
Because now you're seen as the enemy. You're seen as other than.
Mm-hmm.
So like you've left the collective.
Yeah. So that's what this segment was focused on. And I don't remember because we did that. I don't think. I'm so glad you were saying that about Habiba because most do not. Yeah, exactly, Barbara. I know. And not just her. Who else? Because they tried to.
There was a couple of them.
They tampered with Issa Johnson as well. Who else? They tried to do it. They did it to practically everybody that was to testify. At least the children. They couldn't get to some of the adults because when they made up the lie saying that they went down to Florida to concoct the story, none of that stuff was relevant because you had other individuals who never went on the trip that testified, which corroborated the statements that was made by all the people who did. So that lie didn't work. And even when they brought it up at the trial, Adrian Patrick brought it up, it held no weight because you had a number of other individuals who testified to molestations that were not on the trip. And for the record, the people who did videos for the cult also, because the same day that Habiba did that video, the sister Fatima, who said it was Jacob York and it was a setup and they concocted it in Florida, she no longer is saying that. The sister Leah, who did the video, also saying that they did that because the members saying that if you do that, it's going to help your father. And so they agreed to do the video saying that Jacob was the one behind it. And they used that. And that's the talking point that they still going on, saying that Jacob York was the one who set it all up. All these lies that the cult did. And York, of course, in his Isle of Patmos CDs, was the one who was pushing it so that the other members would take that and use it and say that they're all lying because it was all set up by Jacob.
Okay, Chuck, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you to tell me something. Let me see how I can word this.
That's right, Black Wealth Initiative. You're right. You're right. This shit's gotten crazy out there.
Okay, so I heard that. So basically, when people are on the land, it's like a sounding chamber, right? Because, like, I heard when they went to the classes, like York would pop in randomly, and then Shalom Shasham, and then he would pop in randomly, and if anybody questioned him, you know, like kind of like the crowd would turn on them, and then they would be shunned from now on, kind of.
That's something.
To question Baba.
Yep, I know what you mean, because we saw that a lot.
To question him, even though he told you to question everything.
Yeah,
don't trust anyone.
We saw that a lot because I remember sometimes when people, because I knew there was one dude we brought down on a weekend to watch, you know, to the classes, and he had some questions because he doubted, you know, and he would ask questions, and you know, York took it, and you know, it was no big thing, but it was an embarrassment to the administration. And then the brothers on the property was saying that, why you bring that motherfucker down here asking Pops them kind of questions? What's wrong with you? You know, and that was the kind of stuff that we were getting, because if you bring a dude down there, because we had to prep people before we brought them down to Tamaray. It said, don't go up there asking Doc no space age questions about extraterrestrials and all this crazy spiritual stuff. Don't ask them questions like that. We had to make sure they didn't do that, because if they did, that's going to be a bad reflection on us. You say, these are your people, you bringing these people down there, and you know, you were ostracized from that, because we had a lot of people who did that in class. They would ask us questions. Can you tell me about the ninth plane? And when does the master, is he able to communicate with us on the ninth plane in our sleep, or when we meditate?
So let me make sure I understand this properly. So if you ask him any of the off the wall stuff in his books, he got mad at you, basically.
I wouldn't say he got mad, meaning that he wouldn't visibly show it, but the people who are there, the members who are the security, brothers on the property, they may speak on behalf of him. I don't recall York saying that directly to anybody, but the members, the brothers who were down there, they definitely did. Back then it was the triad. It was Mentu Hotep, Khonsu Hotep, and Haru Hotep. Now Khonsu was more laid back, but Haru and Mentu Hotep, they were more, you know, they had more of like an angry position when it came to that kind of stuff. Yeah. So you had to make sure that your questions didn't come off as an attack on the doctrine. The only time I remember York getting mad was when Mentu Hotep was asking him questions from the Matrix book, and he put him on blast and saying that guy right there is the one who's asking all these spacey, stupid questions about the Matrix. Go ask him. I didn't write that book. But he's the main. But York was the one saying that the book written called The Matrix was written by an extraterrestrial named Val Thor. And Nikola Tesla was an extraterrestrial. Yeah.
Lord of mercy.
But I'm glad you because I'm going to take this and put it on my channel, and then I'm going to promote it. And I want to, because it answers it not only from the sealed transcripts. I don't know if I got to even say keep saying sealed anymore, but I think I have to put the seal there because people, when you say transcripts, it's generally accepted that you can go to the Pacer account and pull it up. But I'm just saying those de-sealed transcripts, reading them puts people in that courtroom that has not been done before.
Lord. I ain't got myself muted. Hold on 1 second. All that smack he talking, not everybody done found out them charges is true. So
now remember, what we were reading earlier about the sexual abuses, that's what York had pled guilty to. Now we would get at the trial, we were getting into the gory details of it, but that's what he was pleading guilty to, and he pled guilty because he was at the advice of his attorneys that once the blood work came back, which indicated that several of the victims that were in his care had the same herpes simplex 2 virus that he had, as well as anal chlamydia, that it would be in his best interest to throw himself on the mercy of the court.
And the part about everybody wants to know, are there more charges that could have been filed against York?
Yes.
Mongo.
Yes, there were. They had so much stuff on him that if he would have gotten off on it, they had more that they could get him with later on. And also keep this in mind. He pled guilty in the state for child molestation, 40 counts, not 40. See, when it says 40 counts to 70 counts, it's not that he had molested 40, 70 people. It's talking about the very assaults and the various assaults that took place over time on specific individuals that are listed victims.
Okay.
So that case in the state was never retracted by York, meaning he never took back his guilty plea. Therefore, it sits in the dead docket, meaning it's in limbo, that if he were to get free, he immediately has to, this case could be brought up against him because he pled guilty to the state charges of child molestation. That's what we see on the video I think on July 23rd, I'm sorry, in January 23rd of 2003. Because he pled guilty to both the state and the federal. Because the federal has, let me read something real quick.
Go ahead.
In the federal, because what they have in the federal law on child sex trafficking, when they're talking about transporting minors across state line for the purpose of illegal sexual activity, it makes the point that sex trafficking is prohibited, and that statute is called 1591. That statute makes it a federal offense to knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, or maintain a minor defined as someone under the age of 18, knowing or having a reckless disregard of the fact that the victim is a minor and would be caused to engage in commercial sex. And commercial sex is defined very broadly to include any sex act on account of which anything of value is given to or received by any person. Or in other words,
New York used to get them girls them little diamond rings.
Exactly. And it's illegal both to offer and obtain a child and cause that child to engage in any kind of sexual activity in exchange for anything of value. And part of that traffic was to take them to Disney World. So when they talk about he didn't get convicted on child molestation, he got convicted of conspiracy to transport minors. But these dummies who are making these statements are not reading the law. They're not going to the Justice Department's website on the federal law on child sex trafficking.
I'm gonna show you something, Chuck. They being willfully ignorant. I'm finna show you something. Let me open up a blank tab, and I'm gonna show y'all from start to finish. Now, hold on one sec. The angels just flying by today, y'all.
As you pull that up,
I'm finna pull it up. Hold on one second. I just had to.
Go ahead.
I had to reply. Okay, so now standard Google search engine. Y'all finna see me do this from start to finish. What was, and see, it's already in there because I already typed it. But in yours, it won't do that. You're gonna have to type in the whole thing, or you can use the voice to text, whichever one. But I'm gonna press enter. Boom. I don't have to go any further. York was convicted in 2004 of child molestation and violations of the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, aka RICO. He is serving 135 years. In big, black, bold letters, it says child molestation at the top. So how you gonna sit up here and tell anybody with a Google search that York didn't go to jail for child molestation? I don't understand this. Just like when I called you that day, well, when it got you, when Sinetta was over here that day, I did not understand how you gonna sit up here and you had Tariq Noel on your channel with Polite telling him that he didn't care if York molested 1,000 children. And you gonna say, well, I don't know what York was convicted of. They just put people in jail for shits and giggles with no sentences. Now, you know, they done moved up to a whole higher level. This, that risky and shit. The risky and police came and got him and put him in Earth jail. Just for
now, hold on. Now, I want you to remember something. Now we have York on audio. We have York on audio stating on the audio about the time where he says that he, being an extraterrestrial, is not subject to the laws of this world because the morals on the planet he comes from are different than the morals of the people of Earth.
AKA, it's okay for him to be a dirty old man with worms.
Yep. A sick old man that spread anal chlamydia.
Just nasty. What the hell is Moorish World TV exclusive?
Hold on, let me read this real quick. Umar York said he was never convicted of molestations and Tarka never challenged. Exactly, because he said the same thing. But like I said, that's where I said that she either lied or she is very misinformed, and that was part of why I wanted to I showed at least in his chat I kind of went and cleared that part of it up, and he was definitely convicted of sexual activity with minors because he assisted in the transportation of those minors and accompanied some of the other listed victims. Because anytime you transport minors across state lines and then have sex with them, that's a federal offense.
Hold on one second, Chuck. Ramil, if you don't stay in the same daggone spot, quit walking around with that tablet, boy. Thank you, Tomas. Yeah, it's still live. He said it's still live. Over 6 hours. Well, you know what? We already over it. Bump it. I'll split this in two and throw it right back up. The human, peace and welcome.
Hold up. Let me address this Tahuti person. Transporting minors across state lines for the intention is not child molestation. No,
they don't charge you for the intention unless you actually do it.
Let's go back to it. All right. So child
molestation. Here. Child molestation.
Okay.
Say it with me.
If the victim is under the
Go ahead.
Section 1591 applies equally to all American children who are prostituted within the United States, as well as foreign nationals who are brought into the United States and who are caused to engage in prostitution. When the victim is a minor, Section 1591 says it does not apply if that the defendant is force, threats, or force, fraud, coercion, or any combination of these means to cause the minor to engage in commercial sex activity. So, to answer this person, whoever Tahuti is here, transporting the minors who are the listed victims across the state lines and that destination state where at the trial, when the question was asked, when you were transported, when you and York accompanied you down to Georgia, did the sex increase? And the answer was yes. And that constituted as a violation because that destination state being Georgia, where these chosen listed victims engaged in sexual activity with York, that is a violation. I don't know where he's getting his facts from, but that's part of why York was convicted of transporting minors across state lines for the purpose of sexual activities with minors.
Chuck, if you need to go get some water or something doing this lovely interview.
Actually, I get off in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it's dawn over here now, so it's a beautiful day on the island.
And look, your work night passed by just like that.
Yeah, it did. God damn, I've been talking all day and all night. I love it.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and play that real quick. Cause like
who's this?
This shit crazy, are y'all?
This is Boss Talks Podcast.
Is it the second one?
Can hardly hear this one, but let's go on to the other one because this is. I think this is.
Can I stop you real quick?
Yo, family, Black Top.
Yeah.
I want to, because whoever this Tahuti person is, I want to show you how ridiculous his defense of the pedophile is, because you got a lot of pedophile protectors and defenders, and will use anything they think they can use.
Hey, y'all, leave Tahuti alone for a minute. We finna play.
So here we go. So the document, as far as the charges, did not state he molested anyone, transporting an intent, not what you add. Okay, I'm gonna go and pull up what the conviction was. But for the record, because the transporting of minors across state lines, the trial center, when regarding the transportation, was all talking about what sexual acts took place once they were transported across those state lines. And by way of the evidence gathered and the testimonies presented, that transportation demonstrated that York had sexual activities with minors. I don't think Tahuti wants to face that fact because cognitive dissonance is rampant within those people who protect pedophiles. So I don't know who he's trying to impress, but he ain't that shit ain't gonna work with me because I deal with the facts. So but I'm gonna go over here to this article. Can I share my page? Can I share my page?
Yeah, I'll take this one down.
Now check this out real fast. Where's the window? Okay, right here. Here we go. Okay. So what we have is the this is from the Pacer, and what we see here is what defendant York was convicted on. Now, in the trial, there was 13. You have 13 charges, 13 counts. All right. So right here, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13 is what he was found guilty on. He was able to get off on count 8 and 12. Hold on. I'm on the phone with something. Who is this? Damn, so much shit is going on right now.
What is the consent in West Side of the ad?
No, somebody, one of the victims just sent me a text.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll get back in a minute. But anyway, here we have conspiracy to transport minors in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity, conspiracy to travel in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity with minors, and conspiracy to structure cash. But let's not deal with the cash structuring right now. Let's just deal with transporting minors in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity. 3, York was convicted on that. Transporting minors in interstate commerce for unlawful sexual activity. 4, 5, and 6, he was found guilty. Now, when that transporting of minors took place, what was it centered upon? Trafficking is prohibited. This statute makes it a federal offense knowingly to recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, or maintain a minor, defined as anyone under the age of 18, knowingly or reckless regard for the fact that the victim is a minor and would be caused to engage in a commercial sex act. And what is commercial sex act is defined in the legal system? A very broad to include any sex act. So by conviction, this man went to prison, not under the term child molestation, that's in the state, but under what he did in the destination state of having sex with minors, the listed victim, because the testimony was all about the anal sex, the oral sex, the vaginal sex, the children who were children giving birth to children, all because of the pedophile Malachi York. So I think that Tahuti needs to just relax and just
that is a
deal
whole
with the fact
new
that at 19 years York got convicted and it's over. So all that cognitive dissonance stuff, I think you should see a psychiatrist. And it's just what I think is funny is that after 19 years, people are still.
That's the part that kills me.
They're still trying to defend this pig.
And they still up here windmilling. You know what? Instead of y'all reading York books, I got one book you can read, and it's a whole metaphor. It's called Don Quixote. Right now, he Don Quixote, and y'all that little motherfucking name I don't remember that stuck with him to the very
end. He called me to call. What? So I don't want to talk to me.
The largest pedo. What was it called? The largest what?
It was the largest child sexual molestation case in U.S. history. And what I don't know about the U.S. history, but I know it's the largest case that any black man in America has ever been convicted on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jabe Poncho. It's been so long since I read that. But every time I see these mofos on YouTube going at it, it's either Friday Night Sissy Fights, and that is no disrespect to the LGBTQA+ community. If I missed the letter, I am so sorry, but y'all done added. Can't y'all just come up with a word? Can't y'all just copyright rainbow or some shit? I am part of the heterosexual section just to keep y'all from. We ain't got but 27 letters. We just gonna copyright rainbow and give it to y'all, and then we gonna name the rain. No, we gonna call y'all Rainbow 2.0. Rainbow 2.0, and it'll be easier for all of us. I done lost what I was talking about. Yeah, but no, they complicated. It's either the Friday Night Sissy Fights around this motherfucker, or they out here slap boxing. Well, I guess that qualifies under the Friday Night Sissy Fights. That's the start out round. But then you got these mofos out here windmilling like Don Quixote. Y'all windmilling for Polite. Y'all windmilling for Sinetta. Y'all windmilling for York. York already done. Finish him. He under the jail. Thank you, Venom. Once again.
Let me do this real quick. Real fast.
He said, oh, look, you can tell by the way he writing, he's a new Wapian.
Yeah, you can always tell in the Wapian. They're not too bright.
I told you when New University popped up, it was kind of like he giggled.
Yeah,
he was like, ooh. Like he was just so happy to see that picture because I had the one with the headdress.
All right, real fast. The defendant, Dwight D. York, aka Dr. Malachi Z. York, Asa Muhammad, Asa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi, Baba Malachi Z. York, blah, 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 blah. Case number, there you have it. The defendant is hereby committed to the custody of the United States Bureau of Prisons to be in prison for a total term of 240 months, 60 months, 180 months, 180 months, on and on and on. This is what he got. Now this is the put and weak debunked talking point that these stupid Nawapians have to tell people who they think don't know what's going on. Is that how can he be convicted for intending to molest? He just intended. You don't know what's going on in his mind. Okay, so that means wait. So the people that participated in the sex acts with him, who viewed these sex acts, we have the DNA of York having a child with minors that was brought out at the trial. All of this took place from one state to the other state, but he was convicted on just intending to do it. There comes a point when you have to stop listening to stupid people and just let them live in that twisted world.
Hey, Tahuti. You spent 19 years in Chuck trying to stay relevant. Well, guess what? Tahuti. Chuck done had more success staying relevant than y'all done had getting York out of jail. Bitch, it's coming up on a 2-decade anniversary and it ain't worked yet. Y'all y'all gonna send a letter to Biden too? Tahuti, go back and tell New You to go tell York that his spiritual son is out here fucking up. Tell him Eugene done slipped and he finna have a new cellmate. That way they can keep an eye on both y'all perverted asses at the same damn time. Go ahead, Chuck.
Real fast. And this is something I forgot that was in this article. Okay, so let me see if I laid it out right here. Okay, right here. Okay, under the Mann Act, transportation and travel for the purpose of prostitution need to be with a commercial intent and made liable. If a person is transported for non-commercial for sexual activity, it constitutes as an offense under the Mann Act. Persuasion. Okay, it is important to know because at the trial of Malachi York, some of the testimonies fitted perfectly under the violation of the Mann Act as told by the victims and witnesses. Right here. So when it says Habiba Washington, did Mr. York's sexual conduct with you continue in upstate New York? Yes. Did Mr. York's sex acts with you in upstate New York also involve other girls about your age? Yes. Who were they? Nicole Lopez, Sakina Parham, Chandra Lampkin, Ebony Hill. How long after Mr. York's arrival in Georgia did you move to Eatonton? About a month. Were you part of the first group selected to move from Sullivan County to Eatonton, Georgia? I was part of the second group. You spoke about Sakina Parham. Do you remember if she was one of the girls that moved to Eatonton with the first group? She came with the third or fourth group. How old was Sakina when you witnessed Mr. York performing sex on her? I believe she was 14. Where did this take place? It was in upstate New York. After you arrived, now the prosecution is leading up to a point. After you arrived in Eatonton, Georgia, did the defendant have a discussion with you about relocating other persons from upstate New York to Eatonton, Georgia? Yes. We went over a list of people still living there. Please tell the jury about that discussion. Well, we went over a list of each person that lived there, parents, children, and selected who was to come down next. How was this list compiled and who compiled it? We would first make a list. At the time, it was Kathy York and me making a list. It wasn't complete because at one point she made a list and I made a list. Okay, so who made the final selection of persons who was to leave upstate New York and move to Eatonton, Georgia? Well, we gave the list to him, Malachi York, and he would check off who was to come and in the next trip. Were people allowed to relocate to Eatonton property without York's permission? Not that I know of. During this time, when you were living in Eatonton and Mr. York had a list of people to move to Eatonton property, did Mr. York express any concerns to you about Amala Noel? Yes, he wanted Amala to come down because he was not sure if Amala was still talking to her mother about what was going on. So we brought Amala down. When Mr. York told you that he wanted Amala to come to Eatonton, was her mother Barbara allowed to come as well? Yes. Was this before or after Mr. York expressed his concerns about Amala might tell her mother? This was after. Did Crystal Harding also accompany Amala? Yes, she did. Did David Noel come on the trip with Amala and Crystal? Yes, he did. Did Issa Johnson, another one of the children that Mr. York selected to move to upstate New York to Eatonton, Georgia? Issa came with his mother, Kathy York. Did they come down to Eatonton earlier than the trip with Crystal, David, and Amala? Yes, Kathy came on the same trip as I did. Did Mr. York express any concerns about Crystal before she arrived at Eatonton? He wanted Crystal close because he wasn't sure if Crystal was going to open her mouth either. Question, where was Mr. York living when you arrived in Eatonton? He was living in building 100. How long did he live in that building? For approximately a month, and after he moved into a trailer. So did Mr. York explain to you why it was necessary for children being at age 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11 to live separate from their parents on the property? Not that I can remember. You mentioned that Mr. York moved to a trailer. How long did he live in that trailer on the property? For approximately a year. And during that time, did you witness him perform any sex acts involving children in that trailer? Yes, he did. Did you witness him do any sex acts with Crystal Harding in that trailer? Yes, I did. How old was Crystal when you saw Mr. York doing sex acts with that child in the trailer? She was approximately 5 or 6 years old. Please describe for the members of the jury what you saw during the first incident. Crystal was performing oral sex. Was anyone else in that trailer? Yes, Issa Johnson. How old was Issa? I don't remember, but he was younger than Crystal. Did you see York perform any sex acts with Amala in the trailer? Yes. How old was Amala when you saw her performing sex? She was about 8 or 9. Please describe for the members of the jury what you saw York do to her. It was anal sex and oral sex. How did Amala come to even be in his trailer on that occasion? I would bring her to his trailer. How often did you witness York performing sex acts on Crystal Harding? It wasn't often with Crystal. What about Amala? With Amala, it was often maybe 4 times a month. Then at times once a month. There were no set time, no set number of times. So you all moved to Eatonton, Georgia in that month and year in February 1993. During the first 6 months of you arriving in Eatonton, you witnessed Mr. York engage in sex acts with Chris and Amala. Yes. You mentioned that Issa Johnson was present during the first incident, and you saw involving Mr. York and Crystal in a trailer in Eatonton. Did you see Mr. York in sex with Issa? Yes, oral sex. How old was Issa at the time? 4 or 5. Did you see either Athala Thompson inside Mr. York's trailer in Eatonton? Yes. Were you present when I can't pronounce her name? Well, you can see it. Coming to York's trailer, yes. Were the other girls present on that occasion? There were 3 people. Now, what I'm trying to get to is here as we go down. Did you see? During the time you lived in Eatonton, did you take trips with Mr. York and others to Disney World? Yes. Do you remember how many trips you made with Mr. York to Disney World? Yes, 5 trips. Did Mr. York take the girls that he had sex with to Disney World? Yes. on 2 occasions. Husna and Hasna Evans ever go on those trips to Disney World? Yes, they did. And it goes on because in this section, if you go to the website, you'll see that when the prosecutor asks a very clever question to Nikki, he says, "How old were you again, Nicole?" 17. It was in January where I turned 18. This was around 1992, 93, 17, going on 18. It was about 8 of us, including him, that came down the first trip. Now, Mr. York accompanied you and the other girls on the trip across state lines in Edenton, Georgia? Yes, I got him. Nicole Lopez. Yes, Hagar, his daughter, one of his wives, who was also a Banat. There was Jin Hee Bae. She was a Korean lady who was like one of his wives that was with us, a girl named Katora. She was about 16. She was sort of his wife, but not raised with us. She came with the young disciples after she became involved with Doc and eventually had 2 children with him. How did you all get down here? Nicole, 2 cars. He took 1 car with 4 people, and the other 4 people were in another van with his son Ishmael York. When you got to Georgia, did the sexual activity with the defendant continue? Yes, it was pretty much the same, more frequently, vaginal, anal, oral. When he had vaginal sex with you, did he ejaculate? No, he wouldn't ejaculate. And then it goes on to a male who talked about. So the point in this was that these people attested to the fact that York accompanied them on their trips down from Sullivan County, upstate New York, to Edenton, Georgia, the destination state where the sexual activity continued and escalated, thus violating the Mann Act and thus the reason why he was convicted on transporting minors across state lines for the purpose of illegal sexual activity. I rest my case, motherfucker. That's it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. Somebody sent me something.
Oh, yeah.
What was your question, sir?
No, I didn't have a question. I was just reading and trying to lay out when Uma was saying that he wasn't. He was talking about us. He wasn't on none of the trips. That's not what happened at the trial.
Oh,
my point was that without the transcripts, they can say anything. They can put up the facade that it was a conspiracy. They can say all this bullshit that they do, that Nuwaubians do, to try to cause doubt in the minds of people or even gaslight people. But the reality is, once you get these transcripts, then you can see how the jury saw it and why they said, man, this dude is guilty of sin. And not even taking into account of the fact that the teenagers that had children with York. I don't understand how they just, I know why. Because they don't want to face the fact that York was fucking babies. That's what it is. So they'll keep on trying to say, oh, it means this. It means that. But they still trying to ignore the fact that he had children with children.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tahuti, are you here with York or are you here for Eugene? Because you sure enough sound like George. George, is that you in disguise pretending to be a Nuwaup? Because you done brought God into it. Here you go. What happened the last time? What happened the last time? I thought your God said he was free.
I'm going to be getting off in 15 minutes, so I got to go and make a move in about 10 minutes.
Okay, Chuck.
And then I'm going to go home and let's see if maybe we can pick this up some more because I'm off. And I'm going to set my mic up and we can you know, you can go live again if you want.
All right. So Noonan said if we still up when he available, he's gonna come up again.
Yeah,
who knows who's gonna pop up. As y'all can see, Eric, why you did them folk like that? Tito, why you calling the cops? Tito, any last questions for Chuck? Hop out of this one. We gonna end this one with this wonderful, wonderful footage, and I'm gonna save the screenshots from one of my angels for later. If my community tab was up, I could put this up and make somebody even more. We don't no Shadow. You know what's our policy over here? Ain't no chakras touched over here, baby. No. Oh my goodness. Oh, my bad.
Ask Chuck, is Dr. Yoke 70 tricks? What? No, it's not real truth. But he did say that he had 76 trillion years of knowledge because he came up with this gimmick that he was the incarnation of the 76 trillion year old being named Yanu.
Real truth. Wasn't you in here yesterday talking common sense? Are you in here today trolling, or are you enough? Did George send you?
Solid,
or did you? Either way, it all leads back to York.
These Bama's got me active again, man. I'm going at their ass.
They done pulled Chuck out of semi-retirement. Y'all done fucked up.
Yeah. I'm staying on these Bama's.
Lord.
Salute, DJ.
Oh, hey, you know better than that over here. You know better than that over here. You going a little bit too far. Lord. Oh my goodness. But thank you so much. I'm gonna try to catch a couple of hours of sleep.
Hey, I think I better do the same thing, but I'm still
okay. That's what I thought, because I thought you was over here talking since yesterday, and I was like, two of them usually don't show up at the same time, because that means they both get jumped at the same time. Because in the deep down in their hearts, they know they can't win. Lord, knew you should have never told me that you said Chuck was running from him. Running from you.
Chuck don't run from nobody. You know, man, I'm slapping these Bama's around day and night. What the fuck are you talking about running?
I'm quite sure if Chuck up right now.
Fucking right. I'll be whooping these motherfuckers' ass. Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to be. My DC language is kicking in. Oh, shit. Hold up.
Real Truth just trolling right now, Shadow. He trolling as a new op.
Fucking Bama's tell me I'm running from these motherfuckers.
But who dead serious?
Who's that? Denisha Scott? Yeah, I'm from DC, sweetheart. I'm from DC. Yeah, we call them Bama's over there. I'm from Southeast, so you know.